David, welcome to
the MODUS Super Series, brought to you in association with Bet365, Betfair, Betfred, Coral, Ladbrokes, Paddy Power, Unibet and William Hill.
Welcome along to the action here on Thursday at the MODUS Super Series, where the show is so good you will see it twice today. Chris Mason alongside me to talk you through the action, and has been here all week so far. Chris, just a quick reflection on what we've seen so far this week.
Yeah, it was all about Tricol, wasn't it? He did the damage over the opening 2 days, got a couple of wins he needed just to guarantee his spot in Saturday night's final, and then looked like he switched off a little bit.
Yeah, let's have a look back at the main highlights from yesterday's action now. And it was, as Mace said about Thibaut Tricol, he was at the top of the table. Matt Jackson finished bottom of it. A fresh start for him today.
Yeah, I just had a word with him. That's the beauty of playing the whole week. I did the same when I played, and you look forward to it coming to an end so you can start again, because once you get tailed off at the back end of the group, as much as you try, you don't have that same kind of enthusiasm. You sort of tend to go through the motions, and it was a tough group, and everybody seemed to play in little spells. Some were either good straight out of the blocks and then started to tail off, and then a few of the players would find some good form later in the day. But yeah, new start for Matt today, and I think we'll potentially see the best of him today.
Yeah, same goes for the last couple of players we saw there. Jesus Nagera and Robert Thornton dropping into Group C. Thornton won 4 out of 5 matches, but it wasn't enough, largely because this man, Martin Adams, won 5 out of 5.
Yeah, he was outstanding, wasn't he? And handed out a couple of 4-0 defeats. Hamilton was what we expected pretty much. Rock solid, wasn't he? He found the right kind of game at the right time. And tonight's Group B is mouth-watering.
Yeah, it really is. Andy Hamilton moving into that group along with Martin Adams. But as May said at the very beginning, it was Thibaut Tricol who went through to finals night, and he'd just done all his damage in the first couple of days, hadn't he?
Yeah, he was rock solid, and that's sort of where his game is now. Well experienced as well over this course and distance, and the format seems to have taken to the new venue as well. So Saturday night he will take some stopping.
Well, let's just get confirmation of how Group A finished then by looking at the table. Tricol was a long way clear. That's a table from the second day, I think, there. But he did move on to add a few more points onto it, I can assure you. And it ended up with Adams in second and Hamilton in third. But we will move on from that and go into the groups for the rest of the week. As we mentioned, that Group B does look really exciting this evening, but we're going to focus on Group C now because we've got a couple of debutants in there as well.
Yeah, Scott Taylor and Cam Crabtree. I'm fascinated by Cam Crabtree. Apparently he sort of started to play a lot of darts during lockdown when everybody was playing remotely from home. And his levels, I've been looking over his numbers the last sort of 12 months, and his levels are just improving. Where it stops, we don't know.
Hit a 9-darter on the Challenge Tour recently as well, so yeah, certainly one to watch. David Wazowski, we did see in Southampton, but it's his first time here on the Super Series stage. And of course, Noguera, Thornton and Jackson playing in Group A.
And Scott Taylor, again, you can look through his number from the various tours he plays in, and he's another talented player. It's an interesting group.
It is a really interesting group. One of those players I mentioned coming here for the first time to this venue, David Wazowski, is in action in the first match. Takes on Jesus Nagera, who we've seen some fantastic stuff from at times, but he's been sort of all or nothing, hasn't he?
Yeah, and that's just his style. A lot of the players find themselves outside of a tour card, mainly down to the fact that they don't have a B game. And we see examples of this all the time. They've got a wonderful A game that can compete with anybody. But when it comes down to the B game, it's just not there.
Well, let's see what kind of game he produces today. He takes on David Wazowski, as I mentioned, here at the Super Series for the first time, and I caught up with him earlier. The Super Series, just give your first impressions walking into this new venue.
Amazing, absolutely amazing. You can only dream of playing on a stage similar to this, and to be given the opportunity once again, I thank you to MODUS Super Series for everything they've done.
And you,
So, yeah.
you just missed out, didn't you, last time? We were in the Southampton
Yes.
room, and then we moved here. How difficult has it been to be sat at home watching and waiting?
It's very difficult watching friends, very good friends play, and once again, I've been given the opportunity to give it a go. Yeah, it's fantastic.
Any thoughts on the group that you're in today?
Yes, tough group. The beginning of the week was very tough. So any of the opponents is going to be a tough game. So I'm looking forward to it. New challenges and new goals. So yeah.
And what are those goals?
Those goals are to qualify for Saturday and to have a chance of having a chance at the £5,000, really. But it's just giving it a good go, and what happens, happens.
Well, good luck. We'll look forward to it.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Well, without further ado, let's get the darts underway. Chris Mason has headed downstairs into commentary, where he's joined by Matthew Edgar.
Thank you, Chris. First game of the day, and it's quite good how the fixtures have worked out today. So the first 3 games, you're going to see someone you've seen already this week, taking on one of the players joining us in Group C. Jesus Nagera is seen all week, the 32-year-old, the Challenge Tour runner-up. 2 years he had his tour card, but came off of there this last year, taking on David Wawrzewski from London. Actually the assistant team manager of London, also player as well, 48 caps. Now, that's quite an achievement when you look at the amount of games you get county-wise in a year. You're only looking at about 9 games a season, so a career that spans over some fair years. He's got a bit of form in tournament play as well recently.
First leg,
played
it's
in the
Jesus to throw first.
Viking Cup.
Game on.
Good little run in that event. Managed to get some good wins there. Darryl Fitton beat him 4-0 and also beat the WDF World Champion Neil Duff as part of that run as well. He's a player we see regularly competing on the Challenge Tour.
59.
So could be competitive in this group.
Could well be. He's got a solid level.
95.
Yeah, plays in my old county. I played for London for a fair few seasons. Actually enjoyed my best ever county season playing for London.
100.
I think for the players like Wazowski and Matt Jackson and possibly
60.
Crabtree, it's all about the start to the day. It's only played over 2 days, this one. 10 matches in total over the course of 2 days for each player, 2 points for a win. The top
85.
2 join Tricole in Saturday night's final. We've already had Jim McEwen and Alexandra Mertz
140.
qualify for Champions Week, which is week 13. This is week 3.
You mentioned there 10 matches that they're going to play over the next 2 days. Out of those 10 matches, if you want to be with a
81.
chance of qualifying, you're going to need a minimum of 7 wins. Very unlikely that 6 will be enough. Sometimes 7 is not enough.
Something, yeah, exactly. It is usually, it's
138.
usually 7, isn't it? And 5 generally gets you through tonight's Group B. But of course, there's one fewer player in tonight's Group B, and it's the top 3 that come from there to make up our 6-player field on Saturday night's final.
85.
Those
David
6
requires
players are split into
68.
2 groups of 3. They play each other once. The top 2 make our semi-finals.
Game shot on the first leg.
Clinical
David
enough there,
Wazowski.
Matt. A 15 dart, break a throw, making the perfect start to the day.
Yeah, really good. When I was watching that interview,
Second
it
leg,
looked
it's
like
David to throw first.
myself,
Game
who's
on.
just walked into a retro toy shop. His eyes was all around the place. He had a big beaming smile on his face, and you thought, I wonder if it's going to
60.
take him a while to settle in. The answer is no.
No, absolutely not.
Found a little interesting stat. You know, I
100.
like digging through the numbers and the stats. And one thing that was very interesting was there's normally a preference to a finish that a player likes, so either a tops man or a
100.
16-man. David Wazowski, in his appearances he's had here so far, and we've got a little bit of database on him. He's played 32 matches before today. Has thrown 72 darts
60.
at tops and 58 darts at double 16. It's quite an even split.
Yeah, I don't actually mind that. I think
140.
I think I learned a hard lesson years ago. I was playing low at the match play, and I kept leaving tops and tens, and I hit it initially, and then couldn't buy a double top or a double 10. And then rather than sort of make that conscious decision, right, stop leaving tops, you know, you just stay on it. Whereas, suppose if you don't have a chosen
41.
preference, then
You'll
you'll leave whatever is easier to leave.
Don't they say that's a definition of insanity?
I think it is. I think I said something like that afterwards. Slightly different, but yeah.
74. David, you require 160.
Oh, hello. That would have been
90.
some start to
Jesus,
the
you
day.
require
Had he taken that
87.
out, and he's putting the pressure on Nagera. He'll be looking to break straight back with a 15-darter of his own. He wants the ball. He likes the ball.
Game
He
shot on
gets
the
the
second
ball.
leg. Jesus Nagera.
Oh, this is a fabulous start to the match. A ball finish for Nagera in leg
Third
2.
leg, it's
He's the
Jesus to throw
15-dart
first.
break back. Both
Game
players
on.
averaging into the 90s.
You mentioned a couple of days ago that Jesus Nagera, from where he's from, will like soft tip. Soft tip traditionally like to use the bullseye, because a lot of the time the 25 counts the same.
Exactly. You found a cracking stat on the bullseye
100.
finishes, didn't you?
Well, yesterday he was 28% on the bullseye, but obviously he hit more bullseyes yesterday as well. He's now gone up. His bullseye hitting percentage is 33.33.
That's higher than my doubling percentage.
It's very nearly
100.
Jesus Nagera's doubling percentage. His doubling percentage for 2022 is 33.67.
100.
Yeah, that's incredible. Well, though they both played Challenge Tour darts, they haven't met up until this
54.
match here this morning. Welcome along if you're joining us for the very first time across the various different platforms you can watch the action. If you're watching
139.
via YouTube, please give us a thumbs up. And it takes literally a second of your time. If you're not subscribed, make sure you do that. And once subscribed,
57.
hit that alert
Jesus
bell.
requires 62.
And we'll notify you every time we go live.
All of those buttons are obviously absolutely free to do.
42. David, you require 150.
It'll cost you a penny to sit and enjoy the MODUS Super Series.
134. Jesus, you require 20.
Another nice leg here, both on a double
Game
after
shot on the
15
third
darts.
leg. Jesus
A tidy
Nagera.
start to the Group C.
And that was our first hold of throw.
Fourth leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
You mentioned fresh start. When we're looking at Jesus Nagera right now,
60.
he started extremely well to Group A. On Monday, he was a standout performer. I went up on the balcony with Chris Murphy, and he asked me for someone I think's going to make a move, and all the stats suggested it was going to be Jesus. And it just didn't happen. Do we now see a fresh start that we actually go back to the Jesus Nagera we saw on Monday?
100.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think that's the psychology of the vast majority of players. Like I was just saying, I was speaking to Matt Jackson, and he was very much of that attitude. Look, fresh start. I got bogged down, and once you get tailed off, it's
78.
so hard to, especially in that group where everyone's around him sort of winning, and you just see yourself just getting further and further
140.
behind the field. I just had a lovely message off of Conan Whitehead, our winner of Series 1 Champions of Champions. He said David will never catch him now in the Super League, as he missed the match last night.
68.
Hope you're well, Carl. Looking forward to see Conan back. It won't be too long.
105.
Actually having a little dig through the London Super League and counties so I could get some stuff on David Wawrzewski. He actually
125.
13
David, you
darter last
require
week, which
96.
was a weekly best. He'll be hoping for one of those in this next leg.
Yeah, we're hoping for one of those on the
85.
throw of
Jesus
Nagera
require
to get that
50.
all-essential break of throw.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Jesus Nagera.
Nagera denying Wazowski an opportunity there with yet another 15 darter. The winning legs
Fifth
in this
leg, it's
match.
Jesus to throw
It was
first.
a 15 dart
Game
break
on.
of throw in leg one for David. The response from Jesus, 15, 16 and 15, and that relates to those wonderful
77.
averages in match one. Won't mind one of those at 9:30 at
60.
night. Never mind 9:30 in the morning.
$42.
I said, don't forget, if you are watching on YouTube, you can also watch via the
140.
Sporty Stuff website, the Sporty Stuff TV channel, which is on 437, FreeSat 250, Freeview 264, and of course, you can also watch the action with your chosen bookmaker.
100.
Please gamble responsibly.
58.
Just feeling the heat here a little bit. Wazowski, he's playing very well. 94.13 the average in his opening match in his first appearance in this new venue.
Did you just do a Chris Murphy, or was that unintentional? Feeling the heat, he's got
95.
fire all over his shirt.
Absolutely. Is some shirt. Don't forget, if you want to be here
60.
Saturday night, dartshop.tv. Tickets are free. Just register online. Collect your tickets. And
99.
enjoy a very intimate night of darts. Already through to Saturday night's final. The French touch.
57.
Will he
Jesus
have the
require
touch on
88.
Saturday night. Thibaut Tricol, who dominated Group A. One of these to join him.
28. David to require 126.
Needs a treble 19. Can't find it, so Jesus
54.
will return for 60
Jesus
for the
requires
match.
60.
60% on the outer ring at the moment. He's thrown 5 darts at it, hit 3. Which suggests it could be over pretty soon.
40. David requires 72.
Oh, David is 1 from 1 on the doubles. 32 left.
40. Jesus required 20. Game, shot,
It is
and the match.
Jesus
Jesus
Nagera who
Nagera.
picks up the first 2 points of the day, winning with an average of 87.25. David Wazowski in defeat, only missing 1 dart at a double there, only getting 2 out of 2 darts at a double in the whole match. Finishes with an average of 88. Oh, when we come back, Robert Thornton up against Scott Taylor.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and what a welcome to the Super Series for David Wazowski. Beaten 4-1 by Spain's Jesus Nagera in the opening match of Group C here on Thursday morning. Dished out a bit of a battering there, only 2 darts at double in the whole match for Wazowski, who will be looking to improve his level as he gets himself familiar with the stage here at the Live Lounge, having never played on it before. A couple of other players never played on it before, or indeed in this competition at all, coming up in the next 2 matches, Crabtree and Scott Taylor. Taylor will take on Robert Thornton, who was in fine form yesterday. The Scotsman won 4 out of 5 matches. A day earlier, he'd hit this brilliant 1-5-3 checkout against Andy Hamilton and seemed to have improved day by day so far this week after a poor start on Monday in Group A, but didn't manage to do quite enough to make it into tonight's session. So he's playing this afternoon, and his first opponent is Scott Taylor, who I caught up with earlier ahead of his debut. Scott, first time here at the MODUS Super Series. Just give us your first impressions on walking into the venue.
It seems a really good setup, to be fair. The practice room's nice, the stage looks well lit and it looks really good.
Is it something you've been watching and hoping to get invited to and involved in?
Yeah, definitely. I've been waiting quite a long time, actually, to be fair, but now I'm ready to get started.
And have you had a look at the group that you're in today? Any thoughts on the other players?
I have. It's a tough group, innit? But see how they go. If they go in, I'll win. If they don't, then I probably won't. So see what it goes.
Obviously, coming into Group C, it's only 2 days, so there's not that much time to settle. But you're a player that's quite experienced, aren't you? Have you got any issues about playing on the stage for the first time?
No, here? Not really. Just looking forward to getting started. It's a tough group, so I'll see how they go. If they go in, then they go in. See how it goes.
Well, looking forward to it as well. Good luck.
Cheers, pal.
Certainly is a tough group, and perhaps the toughest opening match possible in the current World Seniors champion, Robert Thornton. He's about to get his Group C campaign underway against a debutant, Scott Taylor. Thornton Taylor has a good ring to it, doesn't it? Chris Mason and Matthew Edgar will guide you through each dart.
He was talkative, wasn't he, Matt? I think he lets his darts do the talking, that's for sure. And when we actually look over the last sort of 4 or 5 years of his career, he's put in some good performances and some good numbers, Matt.
Yeah, I've looked at these 2, and when I made my predictions yesterday for who goes through, these are the 2 that I put together. So actually, this isn't a good start to the day for either, because someone's got to lose this game. But I do expect this to be a very good standard. We've heard there Robert Thornton, the current seniors world champion, also the match play champion as well. He's been picking up some bits recently and doing very well on the Challenge Tour. Scott Taylor, when we're looking at recent form, the Challenge Tour is where I'm going to cast my eye to. The last 2 Challenge Tour events,
first leg, it's Robert to throw first,
and backed that up with a final.
Yeah, and it was the level of play en route to those semi-finals and finals. And then when you
100
break down the running average of Robert Thornton, the running average of this man, once you sort of pump
41.
them all into the database, these 2 come out on top. Obviously, it's not always the
140.
case, but we've got a big sample to look at, and there's a big sample of darts over the next 2 days. As I've already said, 10 matches apiece.
40.
Again, experience will play its part, and slowly but surely
140.
Thornton's just got better and better and better as we've come through this week.
I managed to speak to Robert this morning, actually, and I said to him, I said, it's
53.
Two
Robert, you
players.
require
We had the player that played the
121.
first day and a half, and the player that played the second half a day and another day. And he goes, yeah, I just couldn't feel anything. He goes,
57.
I just couldn't get anything going, and then something just clicked, and it just all started going for him. And that's kind of what Scott Taylor was saying at the start, wasn't he? If it clicks, if it goes.
Yeah.
140.
I love things.
Robert, you require
like
64.
the ironic, like really simply describe things where he goes, if they go in, I'll win. It's like football say, if we score enough goals,
44.
we'll win the match.
Yeah, if they don't go in, you don't win. That's it. This game isn't that complicated.
If I get more trebles than him, I'm going to get more darts at the double. And
123. Robert, you
I've seen a lot
require
of Scott
20.
Taylor over the years because he's been a fairly prolific qualifier. Not sure quite
Game
as
shot on the first
prolific
leg.
as you,
Robert
Matt, in the
Thornton.
qualifying department for the UK Open, but I think he's managed to qualify 6 times. Is that right?
Second leg, it's
Yep,
Scott to
6
throw
times,
first.
including this
Game
year
on.
as well. He tends to do the Riley's qualifier, which, let's be frank, that is not an easy system because that means you've got to go through a field of
134.
probably a couple of hundred players
Yep.
in a day. Normally they start very early and finish in the early hours of the morning. It's a 18-hour slog to earn that spot.
140.
Yeah, I've tried my hand a couple of times over the years, and they are seriously long days.
We have seen him on stages or
100.
TV events in PDC European Tours. He's also played in the BDO World Trophy, the Players' Championship Finals as well down at Minehead. He qualified for
43.
that in 2018 because he reached a Pro Tour final, losing out just 6-4 to Michael van Gerwen in the final.
That shows you the levels of this man, Scott Taylor, and why he was high on our
180.
qualifying list. As always, these aren't based on...
97. Scott, you require 87.
I was thinking about Scott Marsh and Phil Taylor in my sleep last night. The numbers just add up, and that's why myself and Matt feel that these two are the favourites
63.
to come out of this Group C.
I mentioned that he's had those good runs on the Challenge Tour recently, a semi-final and a final. The averages that he's been producing in those are mostly mid to high 90s.
85. Scott, you
It's
require
kind of where he's
24.
producing at the moment, 97-11 at the minute.
Game shot on
He
the
wraps
second
that leg up in
Scott
just 13
Taylor.
darts. And let's just look through the list of some of the names that he beaten in that run. So he beat Jamie
Third
Caven,
leg, it's Robert to throw first.
Graham
Game on.
Osher, who reached the very final here of Series 1. Wayne Jones, twice.
96.
Beat him in the last 16 with a 95 average, and he beat him in the semi-final with a 98 average. Jim McEwen, the winner of week 1. Alan Taban,
117.
Adam Atkinson, who you might not be overly familiar with that name, but he is doing bits at the moment, especially on the ADC, and very
94.
recently pushed Michael van Gerwen all the way in the final of an exhibition event in Newcastle. And Michael even had to take to Twitter to praise Adam Atkinson and say that this guy's a serious talent.
Yeah.
137.
Of Adam Atkinson feeding through our
60.
system. Only 60. That's left the door open for Taylor to break through. Well, any early nerves have been dispelled. I was disappointed with that.
85.
Shouldn't really have reacted there because that created the problem with the 5, and that's allowed
121.
Thornton to step back in. A 1-2-1 to leave a finish that the vast majority of players in the Ton Plus region don't mind going at. You get 2 bites of the
62.
cherry
Robert,
here
you
at the ball,
require
at the
130.
treble 20 to get a dart at the ball. Cancel that.
90. Scott, you require 100.
Chance for a break. Treble 20 and tops. Oh, another one of those for a beauty. A 15 dart breaker throw and a double finish.
60. Robert, you
Good
require
effort,
40.
that fair effort. Just on the wire, but Robert
Game shot on
Thornton
the
loves it at
third
the top
leg.
end of the board. You
Robert
don't expect him
Thornton.
to miss up there. And one of the things I get to see is graphs, and I think graphs sometimes show a
Fourth
good
leg, it's
story when you
Scott
get
to
to
throw
see like the
first.
picture and the pattern of play. And one thing that's interesting here is Scott Taylor obviously peaked around 2018, which was when he reached that Pro Tour final, pushing Michael van
45.
Gerwen all the way in that game. But he went on a bit of a steady decline, down to almost a career worse when he hit in 2021. But one thing that's interesting about that
46.
graph is from the moment he hit that bottom, that floor of an 84 average, all he's done since is climb. And that is continuing that trend.
What we often see when players do come from nowhere, which he pretty
99.
much did in 2017/18, when they actually are on that steady decline, they then seem to just level out. And like you say, the impressive
123.
look of that is the fact that yes, he bottomed out, but rather than just stay there, he steadily just improved. That shows a good
135.
mentality for me, Matt.
Yeah, definitely. I do think that sometimes we see the pattern of the averages come in with the pattern of the system that is currently in place at the
140.
very top. Because a lot of the time, you do something well, and that one day can often give you a false perception of where you are. We see that quite a bit with things such as the development tour. When you do well on that, you come in, you're in the World Championship, in the Grand Slam, you're in these big TV
136.
events, and then all of a sudden you've got to qualify through the heavily weighted and seeded Pro Tour system that you feel you're on the decline, even though you might be playing
Scott, you
better.
You
require
probably are
86.
playing. Your numbers have probably improved because when you're around and playing against better players, what tends to happen is your averages increase because there's
47.
fewer wasted darts at
Robert,
doubles
you
because you don't
require
get a second
52.
chance.
And with that, all of a sudden, you feel you're playing better, but you're no longer in these TV tournaments.
The
22.
pressure then builds, and then it's dealing with the
Scott, you
disappointments.
require
You've
39.
got ranking money to defend that you can't get into the events to defend, and you end up on a bit of a decline, and it affects your game. And that might be what happened there with
Game
Scott
shot on the
Taylor,
fourth
but now
leg.
that's all gone.
Scott Taylor.
He is bouncing back, and he's bouncing back well. We heard Raymond van Barneveld speak about this exact problem. A 5-time world champion,
Fifth
one of the
leg, it's
legends of
Robert
the
to
game,
throw
arguably in
first.
the top
Game on.
5 players that have ever picked up a dart.
There's another video.
And he spoke about
99.
how when he was dropping down the rankings, he'd go to an event and it wasn't what can I get out of this, it's what do I have to defend. And I can vouch for this as well sometimes. You
140.
go to events and like, I went to the UK Open and I had a run to the 5th round one year, and I go back the next year, I think I made round 4.
100.
And it's like, round 4 of the UK Open's a decent achievement.
Absolutely.
But actually, because the prize money jump, I came away there thinking, well, I've just lost £2,000 on my rankings.
Yep.
And you come away there negative rather than positive
78.
because you're dropping down the rankings despite a performance.
Yep. Yeah, those first 2 years are lovely because everything's a bonus.
96.
Everything's going on. It's not until you go into year 3 where, like you say, you're having to defend, and it's a completely different mindset.
Well, I did a video the other day looking forward to the Grand Slam of Darts, which starts on
125.
Saturday. And if we look at that, Jose de Souza, the winner, Dimitri Vandenberg, a semi-finalist of that event, both are in danger now, coming out of the top 16 because of that
140.
event.
Yeah,
Scott,
'cause
you
they can't
require
defend it 'cause they didn't qualify.
158.
Shows you how tough it is when you've got players like that and of that ilk not qualifying. Oh, double 19. Well, it was
120.
Thornton in the last
Robert,
leg
you
that missed a
require
couple of darts at a double to
66.
break and lead 3-1. Scott Taylor's turn there. And he's gone for 42-24. That's half of them. Well, it
Game shot on
worked.
the 5th leg.
It
Robert
certainly
Thornton.
worked for Robert Thornton, and that is a 5th consecutive hold of throw in this match. It's being played at some pace, which
6th leg, it's Scott to throw
appears to suit
first.
both men.
Game on.
96.79, the average for Scott Taylor. Thornton, 93.56.
When the graphic came up
47.
yesterday and Chris Murphy and me were stood up on the balcony and he said, what catches your eye? I warned at that point that Scott Taylor is not your traditional debutant. This is a player with vast experience. This is a
100.
player with talent. This is a player who is on the increase when we look at the averages and the numbers and the stats. And let's say the trajectory of this graph in front of me
47.
is just he's going back to that best, and he's actually going up quite quicker than he came down, which means we might be getting ready to see the best of Scott Taylor and even beyond what we saw in that sort of 2017, 2018
11.
spurt.
Not the 11 a dart player likes in darts. Had a few 11s this week, haven't we? But 11 darters, of course. Not too many scores of 11.
82. $60. $140.
These two have played each other 3 times before. The first meeting in 2017. The UK Euro Tour qualifier,
96.
sorry, Robert Thornton taking that one 6-2. But the last 2 meetings, have gone the way of Scott Taylor. Scott Taylor winning in the 2018 European Tour, the Danish Darts
57.
Open. 6-5 victory to Scott Taylor. And then he backed that up with another 6-5 victory at this year's Q School in the last 64.
64. Scott, you require 128.
A level game. Treble 20. Well, I may go back to... Oh, picks
88.
off the ball beautifully.
Robert, you
to leave
require
tops.
170.
Robert Thornton would have been hoping for a dart at the bull at the end of that combination, but the way this is going, I think
Scott,
a
you
last leg
require
shootout would be
40.
a pretty fair.
Well, looking at their bit of previous as well that you just mentioned, these two seem to like going to a last leg.
30. Robert, you require 72.
Well, 11 tops from 1932. You would think it would be 11 tops.
32.
Oh, one match dart.
Scott, you
Robert
require
Thornton.
10.
Time is running out for Scott Taylor.
No score.
It could be
Robert, you require
time up
40.
and game over. Robert Thornton rarely misses up at this part
Game,
of the board, and he
shot,
does it on
and
this
the match.
occasion.
Robert
And Robert
Thornton.
Thornton, who from the mid part of Tuesday really has found some form, has carried that on into Thursday and into his Group C campaign, where, God, I think Robert Thornton's going to be a favourite. It's going to be hard to beat in this group. He's already got over one of his biggest hurdles here in Scott Taylor with a 4-2 victory. But coming up next, we get to see the last players taking part in Group C. We get to see Cam Crabtree for the first time. We also get to see the ADC number 1 is Matt Jackson.
And so the Thorns form continues. Robert Thornton with a fine victory in his opening match of Group C after a good day yesterday in Group A, but didn't manage to make it into Group B. Thornton has kicked off with a win, 4-2 against Scott Taylor there. The pair averaging similar numbers there, but Thornton much better in the checkout department. He threw 3 fewer darts at double than his opponent, Taylor, who, again, just trying to settle into life here at the Super Series, a debutant today. And Robert Thornton's experience showed in a battle between what Chris Mason and Matthew Edgar think might be the two favourites to progress from this group. Well, attention now turns to another debutant and another player who was playing in Group A as Matt Jackson takes on Cam Crabtree. Jackson has been in action all week and has won a game each day in Group A, produced some fantastic moments like that 1-2-5 checkout. Also did a nice moonwalk at one point, didn't he, in Group A early on? We'll see if that comes out again after a 180. I won't do the rest of it. I'll leave that to Matthew Edgar. But Cam Crabtree, a debutant, just 19 years of age. He's reached a semi-final on the Development Tour this year. Also hit a 9-darter on the Challenge Tour, and it's his first chance to play here at the Super Series. I caught up with him a little bit earlier this morning. Cam, welcome to the MODUS Super Series. Just give us your thoughts on being involved in this event.
No, I'm really excited. It's something I've wanted to do for a while, and to finally have the chance is something I'm really looking forward to.
You're a player that kind of has emerged more this year, hit a 9-darter recently as well. How do you feel your form is coming into this?
Yeah, no, you look at the start of the year, I wasn't playing very well at development or challenge, but the whole reason I went was because I wanted to be playing better players, and I've picked my form up. I've got better throughout the year. And especially towards the end, you'll see that some of my performances were hitting quite a good level, and that's why I've been lucky enough to get a chance to play here.
Do you think you'll benefit from playing players here that are, some of them, in a similar position to you, others really experienced, for example, Robert Thornton in your group today?
Yeah, no, definitely. You look at, for example, Robert, he's a guy I've watched on TV growing up. He's been playing since before I was born, so I'm coming here knowing that there's going to be people that have so much more experience than me. It's just about enjoying it and learning.
And it's our first chance to see you in front of the cameras. What can we expect?
Yeah, hopefully I'll play well. I think I'm just going to treat it as any other game. I've played darts most days, so it's just darts really. I'm looking forward to enjoying it and getting stuck in.
So we good luck. So 3 new campmates have entered the Super Series jungle today. The first 2 of them have failed their opening tough chucker trials. Let's see if the third one can pick up some stars, or will it be scars for Cam Crabtree in his opener here against Matt Jackson? Let's hand over to our very own Anton Deck in the form of Chris Mason and Matthew Edgar to find out.
I don't quite know how to follow that. That was outstanding. How does he do that? Well, there was a few times I was up there and I wish I could have said, I'm not a celebrity, get me out of here. I'm sure there was a few times for Matt Jackson over the last couple of days. He just wanted to get off that stage. But it's interesting seeing this fresh-faced Cam Crabtree, and you see a player with absolutely no demons. It's like a blank sheet of paper, isn't it?
Yeah, and just listening to him there, actually, what he's saying kind of backs it up a little bit in terms of what I'm finding about
First
him.
leg, it's Matt to throw first.
A bit of a
game on.
Look through his numbers and his data and things. I was like, the averages don't quite match the results that he's getting. I mean, some of the results that he's had recently, he's beat people like Scott Williams, Mike Warburton, Jim McEwen, and you're thinking, but the average is running so low. And then when he mentioned there that
120.
he started bad and then he played better at the end of the year, you look a little bit deeper and it goes in line with what you said on the balcony of this recent upward surge in his levels of performance.
85.
And I like what he said in the... I like one thing he said in the interview, and I hate something else he said in it. So he said, being here is going to be a good learning experience. So he's looking to take something away from this, whether it's qualifying through for Saturday, whether it's £5,000 on Saturday night, or whether it's some experience. He's going to develop off the back of this with that sort of growth attitude. The bit I didn't like about it is when
43.
He said that the form he showed recently has made him lucky enough to be here. You're not lucky to be here. He wasn't walking past and they went, we need a player. In you
Can you play darts, mate?
96.
And lucky is a word I hate.
Same.
Hate it. And I used to get all the time when I was coaching football, like someone would shoot and miss, go, oh, unlucky. No, it's not unlucky.
No.
Unlucky
41.
is a bolt of lightning coming down, striking the tree falling over the goal and stopping the ball from crossing the line. That's unlucky. what it was you missed.
140.
It was bad technique or poor practice. Something we can work on to make sure you don't miss in future. Luck is not a part of it, and the reason Crabtree, easy to say, is here
60. Cam, you
isn't
require
because he
80.
got lucky. It's because his form recently has been that good. He's beat the likes of Scott Williams, who has dominated
Game
the
shot on
Challenge
the first
Tour.
leg. Cam Crabtree.
What a debut leg that is. A 14 dart breaker throw. Matt Jackson starting with 2 treble 20s. And then getting
Second leg, it's Cam to throw
unfortunate
first.
bounce out. Oof, could be steady in here.
No,
Game
that's unlucky. We've hit the wire. It's come out the board. That's unlucky. If he would have gone and missed and got a big 20, that's not unlucky.
No.
That's a miss.
Well, this is my first look at
134.
young Cam Crabtree. I'm just going to call him Cam from now on.
100.
What do you think of the technique?
Slightly overbalanced. The shoulder just coming a bit too far down. So that's going to put a little bit of tension on the knee.
180.
But despite that, it's pretty much there.
It is, isn't it? I like it.
96.
You don't hit 9 darters by accident. Well, the stance is nice and wide. Let's say there's a little bit of it's. But the
140.
head stays still. There's not too much shock into the shoulder. Full extension. Land very flat on the board.
98. Cam, you require 47.
Sometimes causes a few issues. Not so here. This is for an 11.
Game shot on the second leg. Cam
Wow,
Crabtree.
wow, wow. Well, if you didn't know he is, you do now. 25 darts doing the opening 2 legs.
Third leg, it's Matt to throw first.
Which equates to family and friends of Cam. Quickly get your
57.
screenshots ready.
Yeah, get your cameras out. Welcome to the Super Series.
140.
It's going up. And I tell you what, you're Matt Jackson.
99.
What are you thinking? You've been here all week. You've played some good darts in spells. You start off against a 19-year-old debutant, and he starts throwing 122 average against you.
Yeah, you know you're playing well when you hit a ton and your average starts to come down. I always say that's a great indication of
50.
the level of play.
$60. $97.
It's interesting that he picked out Robert Thornton as well as part of the players
140.
this week. I mean, he was playing darts before Cam was even born.
40.
So was I.
Cam, you require
Plus you are.
61.
Pants older than Cam. It's too good.
Game
Well,
shot on the third
not
leg.
only is the
Cam
scoring
Crabtree.
absolutely exquisite, so is the finishing. 3 out of 3. 3-0 up in the blink of an eye.
Fourth leg,
A
it's
double
Cam to
breaker
throw
throw,
first.
winning legs of
Game on.
14, 11 and 15. He's averaging 112.72.
And there are no signs of stopping.
140.
No, I mean, we've all done it where you're aware when you're in a game like this, you're winning comfortably and you're 3-0 up and you're thinking
123.
I'm averaging over and you start thinking about it. It's not even in his mind.
100.
All he's thinking about is winning a game of darts. That's what happens when you're not damaged goods. There's no scars. He's carrying no
60.
baggage.
$140.
This is relentless. 140, ton 140. Could be a 4-0 start.
135. Cam, you require
115 average. The record, I
121.
believe, is 118. And the whole existence of this format.
Game, shots, and the match.
That
Cam
is
Crabtree.
absolutely incredible. What an opening match, and what a display from the young 19-year-old on debut. 115.62 the average. 4 out of 4 on doubles, 100%. A ton plus finish, 6 140s, 1 180. What a performance that was. Take a bow, Cam Crabtree. Take a bow.
Well, wow, what a performance that was from Cam Crabtree on debut. I said, would it be stars or scars for him? I think it's safe to say we can award him all 10 stars here at the Super Series. Let's take a look at the numbers because they are something special. 115.62 the average for Crabtree, who hit every single dart he threw at double 100%, including that match sealing 1-2-1 checkout and a 4-0 whitewashed win over Matt Jackson to make the perfect start to life at the Super Series. He's only 19 years of age. Watch out for him. That average, by the way, is the 5th highest that we've ever seen at the Super Series. He might never beat his personal best, but we'll watch out to see what else he can do today. It's a second match now for a couple of the players that we've already seen this morning in the form of David Wazowski and Robert Thornton. Wazowski was beaten in his opening match. Jesus Nagera seeing him off 4-1. Just trying to familiarise himself with the stage here at the Super Series, and Wazzy will be hoping to ignite that fire that he's got on his shirt there and produce something maybe inspired by that fabulous performance by Cam Crabtree in the previous match. As for Robert Thornton, we know plenty about him, and he's been producing some decent stuff over the last couple of days. As Matthew Edgar said in commentary, it's been like a couple of different versions of Robert Thornton. Monday, in his own words, was a disaster, but he's been back to his best on Tuesday and Wednesday, and he made a winning start as well, beating Scott Taylor 4-2 today. So will the Scotsman double up, or can David Wazowski get off the mark? We'll find out in the company of Chris Mason and Matthew Edgar.
Yeah, David Wazowski did start his campaign quite well here. He won the opening leg, then lost the next 4 against Jesus Nagera, but Jesus was pretty inspired in his form in that one. David did throw an 88 average, and if he keeps that form going, he's going to be competitive in this one with Robert Thornton. Robert Thornton kicked off his campaign with a 4-2 victory over Scott Taylor, 87 the average in that one. So if they both play to type of the first game, we're going to have quite a competitive matchup here in this one. David
First leg, it's David to throw
Wazowski.
first. Game on.
Been playing a lot of darts this year, sort of on different systems, and I think that's probably his downfall at the moment, trying his hand in too many different things. He did get that semi-final recently at the Viking Cup, which was a WDF silver ranked event, but not really able to land a blow in the rankings because he's only played one other WDF event, which was the British Open up in Bridlington, made the last 32.
Yeah, that Viking Cup, of course, was the tournament in memory of
95.
the great Andy Fordham. Wonderful to see it so well supported by so many different
83.
players. And from so many different eras of our sport. Shows you how important he was. Congratulations to Wayne Dobinson who put that together.
99.
And they did go 11 to 10, David, 4 to 6, Robert. There was a little punt earlier where it was Cam Crabtree was
140.
even
David
money against David
167.
Wazowski in their match, which is match number 7 today.
99.
I don't think that evens will last long.
Yeah, it's been chomped in a little bit already. And I'm just, again, looking through, I like looking at the
100.
head-to-head. I think the
David
head-to-head can
requires
sometimes tell us
68.
more than the stats can. And I'm looking at David Wazowski, and he started his year actually incredibly well. The first
Game shot on the first leg.
Q score
David
of the year
Wazowski.
got victories over Jim McEwen 6-3 and Scott Williams 6-1.
We know what Scott Williams has gone
Second
on
leg,
to do
it's
this
Robert
year.
to throw first. Game on.
And then was unable to win another game at Q School. And then since then, has, like I say, fluttered between
139.
different systems. He plays a lot of counties. The assistant team manager of London. He's jumped into a couple of WDF events. He's done some
140.
Challenge Tour events. And I think if we're going to see more of Wazowski making progress, I think he's got to commit to
100.
a system and really try and push himself at one ranking. Otherwise, you're always just going to be picking bits up here and bits up there, which equates to mid to low
41.
rankings.
Yeah, unless you commit to one particular system, it's very hard to spread yourself across. And of course, a
92.
lot of events, they clash, so you've got to pick one or the other. And like you see, you'll end up finding yourself middle of the road of all of them rather than at the right end of one of them.
100.
You say they clash. Actually,
Robert, you require
the Challenge Tour clashed
170.
with that British Open. Now, at that point, he'd not played any WDF events, and he chose to do one day on the
98.
Challenge Tour, then travel to do one day of the WDF, and I think he's just spreading himself a little bit thin at the moment.
Yeah, agreed.
60. Robert, you require
Well, there's a
72.
$15 hold in leg one for Wazowski.
52.
Doesn't.
David, you
You
require
pay the
160. $100. Robert, you require
Smurfy
20.
mentioned there pre-match regarding that
Game shot on the
average
second
from
leg. Robert Thornton.
young Cam. It was the joint 5th best we've ever seen here at
Third
the
leg, it's David
Super
to throw
Series and its
first. Game
predecessor,
on.
the Live League. Robert Thornton's had a 115.62 against Robert Owen. That was actually
83.
this year. Warby's had one. Connor Heenahan's had one. The averages above him
45.
is that Jason Askew, 118.44. And Barstow with 117.88. And Dan Reed with the same average, 117.88. And Kevin
94.
Burness, 117.20. That's the averages above.
140.
Incredible, 115.62. Winning legs of 14, 11, 15 and 12. I think we worked out there was one
60.
visit in the entire match in the scoring phase that he didn't hit a treble 20.
And that makes you very, very hard to beat, whether you've got
55.
the throw or you haven't. The throw is irrelevant when you're doing that.
Yeah, that's completely removing any element of having the darts.
94.
Staggering display on debut. Staggering display full stop, never mind on debut.
125. David,
We've
you
seen
require
David Wazowski have a couple of pops
170.
at the 160. He reel in the big.
134.
Not a bad second
Robert,
prize.
you require 136.
Looking good for a second consecutive older
80.
throw and a 2-1 lead. And he's going to get Thornton
David,
at
you
it if he
require
maintains
36.
this level.
Game shot on the third leg. David Wazowski.
Very nice indeed from Wazowski. That there, I'm going to have another 10 pints, I think.
Fourth leg,
David.
it's Robert
I
to
might
throw
get it. Dave.
first. Game on.
Dave and Cam. I think I've got someone else's teeth in this morning. It might have been that massive jam
43.
donut I've just eaten.
Now, I've had the
100.
privilege of meeting David Wazowski. I've seen him quite a few times around on the various tours, and we've had a few chats together. And he actually reminds me of a crossover between two sort of legendary players.
135.
Personality-wise, attitude-wise, he reminds me very much of a Cliff Lazarenko. And throw-wise,
100.
if you just squint your eyes, it's like you're watching Sean Greatbatch. Very, very similar action and
97.
delivery.
Yeah, sort of get
100.
it. Great late Sean Greatbatch, of course, winner of the Dutch Open, didn't he? He was actually
43.
the first player ever to hit a live televised 9-darter. One seems to make that little mistake, don't they?
60.
The first live British one, well, one on British television was, of course, Phil Taylor, but the first one on live TV, full stop.
100. David, you
With a
require
road ticket to that Phil Taylor
141.
one.
Yes, yeah, you were there, weren't you? Yeah. You were probably the bloke booing me.
83. Robert,
That's
you
the
require
first
83.
one that was ever shown on television was John Lowe, but that was pre-recorded, wasn't live.
46.
Oh, Robert
David, you
Thornton
require
is in a spot of bother
58.
here.
And Robert Thornton, before the off, would have been the clear favourite to win this group.
Game shot on the
But to
fourth
win this
leg.
group, we've said
David
already you're going to
Wazowski.
need around about 7 wins. And you don't want to be getting one of your lives gone this early, but David Wazowski on
Fifth
the
leg,
outer
it's David
rings,
to
3
throw
from 3
first.
so far.
Game on.
And that makes you very, very hard to beat when you're not burning any darts at the back end of legs.
Already today, in terms of the winners, 4 from 8,
140.
Jesus Nagera, 4 from 9, Robert Thornton, 4 from 4, Cam Crabtree. At the moment, Wazowski,
125.
3 from 3.
When the two players came on stage and we just got the mics in our hands, I did say that David Wazowski averaged at
26.
88 in the opening game, and if he can stay around that mark, he's going to be competitive. He's actually took it up a couple of notches as well in this game.
84.
Yeah, anything 88 and upwards is going to compete with somebody averaging 95, 96. There's very little in that department
93.
right now. There's plenty of difference between the other column, where it says legs. Robert Thornton
100.
finding himself 1-3 down. Maximum of 3 legs to play. He has to win them all.
95.
There are just 2 places available in Saturday night's final from this group,
85.
so 2 out of the 6
David, you
players will
require
go through.
147.
3 out of the 5 on tonight's Group B, which
87.
On all of
Robert,
our
you
normal
require
platforms from 10
107.
p.m. Make sure you join us. Set your planner. Tops.
87. David, you require 60.
Well, he's not missed a dart at a double yet, which suggests 2 in hand. But Thornton might be about to
Game,
face some
shots,
problems, and he
the
does.
match. David
And as the back of his
Wazowski.
shirt says, Wazzy's on fire. When it comes to the outer ring, he was burning hot. 80% on the outer ring, 4 from 5. Condemns Robert Thornton to the first defeat. If he is going to qualify, we say he needs 7 victories as a minimum. And there's one of the lives just gone for him there. David Wazowski lost one of his lives earlier on in defeat to Jesus Nagera 4-1, but bounces straight back with a 4-1 victory of his own. And coming up next, I think all eyes are going to be on this one, because we've got the return of Crabtree. Can he follow up that 115.62 average as he takes on Jesus Nagera?
The MODUS Super Series, where Wazzy really was on fire in his last match. Having lost his first, he won his second. A 4-1 victory against Robert Thornton. A 90 average for Thornton, but he missed 4 darts at double, and Wazowski only missed 1. That was the real difference between the pair of them. A 4-1 success in the end that just cancels out that 4-1 defeat at the hands of Jesus Nagera for Wazowski in the opening match. And Nagera is in action in the next game. He faces Crabtree, and it's all about him so far today. A brilliant debut performance, the best we've ever seen for a first match at the Super Series. Crabtree taking out that 1-2-1 to seal a whitewash win against Matt Jackson, averaging 115.62 in the process. Now he's looking to carry on when he takes on Jesus Nagera, who also won his first game, not quite at the same level, but I mean, that would be very difficult to do. Only 7 averages equal to or higher than that in the entire history of this tournament, but that nice bullseye finish got the better of Wazowski for Jesus in his opening match. We'll have to lift his level if Crabtree is anywhere near the performance that he produced in the opener. Can he do it? Let's find out with Mace and Matt.
Can he do it is the big question. Can he get anywhere near that form. Aim small, miss small. One of my favourite films says, and if he aims close to that average and gets anywhere near it, he is going to run away with this group. 115.62 on debut. Like Mason said before, there is no scar tissue there, and right now it's all positive. Never even lost a leg in this room or in this format. He has played Jesus Nagera, the 32-year-old from Spain, this year. That came on the Challenge Tour 24, which is the most recent instalment of the Challenge Tour season, and it was a 5-4 victory for Jesus Nagera. Cam didn't really produce what we've been seeing from him in recent times in that one. But different room, different vibe, different vibes, different feeling. And
First
the only
leg, it's
feeling
Cam
he's
to
going to
throw
be feeling right
first.
now is
Game on.
mightily successful. I mean, Jesus did win his opening game 4-1 against David Wawrzewski, who has just gone on and beat the seniors world champion. So this game has a lot of positives around it.
I was a little bit fearful because what usually happens is on the back of a performance like that, it actually comes with its own pressure now because, you know, can you back it up?
100.
Well, you've set your own bar, haven't you?
Yeah. My goodness, did he set it high? What a find this young man could be.
93.
Mentioned in the interview as well, didn't he, that he's been watching this for a bit and being here was one of his goals. And
52.
we're probably going to see that a lot now with players on the development tour, that they eye up the MODUS Super Series as sort of like the next step of their development.
Absolutely. What a platform to come and gain experience
53.
you can't really get anywhere else. Unless you're a tour card holder and you're qualifying
47.
for Euro Tours, there's nowhere else really at the moment you can gain this under the lights experience. It is unique. And it's a great school.
140.
Fantastic, isn't it? You get the opportunity to play under the microscope on the stage against quality players. It appeases the sponsors because they get some
43.
airtime as well. And it just ticks all the boxes all the way round.
And evaluate in depth your own game.
And are we seeing the first signs of weakness here from Cam Crabtree, who's just thrown a couple of wayward darts and instantly reacts?
Yeah, well, I don't think he'd be
59.
human.
Cam, you require 125.
Into the ball first. Treble 20 on tops.
85. Jesus, you require 56.
Well, they've not brought in a robot then, because he has actually missed a dart at a double.
Game shot on the first
Jesus
leg.
Nagera's
Jesus
not missed a
Nagera.
dart at a double, and that is a breaker throw in leg one. A 17 dart breaker throw, but not before.
Second
Cam
leg is
missed
Jesus to throw
tops off
first.
the back of 125.
Game on.
Remember, I think it was day one. Jesus Nagera had like a 42% checkout rate.
Yeah.
140.
50% checkout rate in his opening game. And he's took that one out in the first dart as well. So it looks like we're getting the Jesus of Monday back.
100. $100. 100.
When we was doing our picks for this group, we did cast our eye over Jesus, didn't we? We said that if someone's going to become a bit of
100.
a spoiler, someone who's going to, if they can time their wins correctly, will put themselves in the top two, and that was Jesus.
Yeah, and another results.
140.
Phil may have to go
Jesus
his way, and we've
required
just had one of those with
161.
David Wazowski defeating Robert Thornton 4-1. And like you say, you can treat it as life's, and that's one of
128. Cam, you require
Robert Thornton's life's
161.
gone. He's only got two left.
Well, Jesus just missed the 161
130.
Crabtree does the same thing. Both of them
Jesus
finding the
required
trebles,
33.
but unable to find the ball. Jesus very good on the ball, as we've already discussed. Very good on tops.
Game shot on the second
We
leg.
tend to like
Jesus
fives and
Nagera.
ones because it's such a tiny adjustment just either side, and he slots that one straight in and takes a 2-0 lead over Cam Crabtree, who all eyes was on after that
Third leg,
opening
it's
game,
Cam to
but
throw
at
first.
the moment he's
Game
on course to face defeat and also have that legs column taken down after a 4-0 victory. It puts you on
97.
very good terms.
Yeah, well, we've just seen that happen in front of our very eyes with David Wazowski, who lost 4-1
100.
and then reversed that. He was 0 points -3 and 1 win later, and he's on 2 points and no leg difference.
60.
Gives a lot away in the body language department. That's one thing I will say.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. That's I spot that in the opening leg. Very reactive to things, and one thing that you tend to find, especially with younger players, is they feel they have to win every single
81.
moment. You don't. You just got to win the big moments. What happens in sport is you'll cancel each other out, especially elite level sport or international level sport. You'll cancel each other out for 95, 97% of the game, and then it'll all come down to that moment, like the 161, like the Jesus Nagera getting the
60.
5-5 in hand. The rest of the game, you're just cancelling each other out.
Yeah, it's like when you watch you watch the big teams, and yeah, they might railroad the lower league teams, but they just worry about winning those big games 1-0. It's 3 points, isn't it? It's winning those small moments.
When I used to coach
140.
academy football, one thing we used to do is just literally train like quick reactional stuff all the time, because it's those split decisions or those little moments
81.
that just win the match. You don't win over 90 minutes, you win over about 45 seconds that make the difference.
Well, Deontay Wilder come out with a great saying once, that you have to be right for
160.
36 minutes. I have to be right for 1 second.
$59. Jesus required 20.
For 3-0.
Game
And this
shot on the third
performance
leg. Jesus
from
Nagera.
Nagera is a good one. It's not a case of it's a poor, scrappy game, and he's just
Fourth leg, it's Jesus to throw first.
winning those
Game
small
on.
moments we mentioned. He's averaging 100.20, just 45 darts to win the opening 3 legs.
Right now, if we was going to look at a story, or if we were going to look at a film,
96.
and we was going to title that film The Cam Crabtree Experience, I think there's one line I'd like to put in there.
100.
And that is from the Rocky Balboa movie, when he says, it's not how hard you can hit, it's how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. That's the position we're at. We can see he can hit hard. Boy, can he hit hard. 115.62 average in his opening game. There's not many harder hits than that one. But now he's getting hit. Jesus Nagera is hitting him with 102 average here, and he's 3-0 up.
100.
And he doesn't look like stopping. He's relentless in his pursuit of this 4-0 victory.
Yeah, 10 scores of a ton or more, 60% on his doubles, 3 from 5. That's an interesting strategy. Again, like I say,
59.
the counting mainly is due, no doubt, very much like De Souza, coming from a soft tip background.
60.
The machine does it all for you.
So I suppose we look forward in just one game's time. We've got Scott Taylor versus Matt Jackson. Then Cam Crabtree comes back against David Wazowski. That's when we
60.
see that statement of how hard you can get hit. How do you bounce back? Not that this one is over yet. You could still turn this one around. But
So it's all
41.
about that bounce
Jesus
back ability.
required
It's something you've mentioned
146.
many times because it is so relevant.
$96.
That was an attempt at the double 18 to leave double 16.
58. Jesus required 50.
There's 50 left, gets to take his pick. He's leaving tops. He enjoys it at this top end of the
Game,
board.
shots,
And he
and
wraps
the
that one
match.
up. A great
Jesus
performance there
Nagera.
from Jesus Nagera. 4-0 victory. Who saw that coming after what we saw from Cam Crabtree in his opening game? 115 average. Wasn't able to follow it up in that one. And now we just cast a little question mark there. You can hit hard, but how hard can you get hit? Jesus Nagera is hitting very hard today. 4-1 victory in his opening game against David Wawrzewski, and he's backed that up with a big 4-0 victory there over Cam Crabtree. That's a perfect start today. It's 4 points. It's +7 in the legs column, and he's going to take some chasing down at the early stage of this one. Scott Taylor and Matt Jackson, 2 players hoping to chase him down, are coming up next.
Well, it's been a fabulous start to the action in Group C. Chris Mason has joined me to talk you through it. First of all, we'll take a quick look at the previous match. Jesus Nagera winning 4-0 against Cam Crabtree, who just didn't live up to that first performance. But, I mean, who could?
Yeah, I said it right at the top of that match. It comes with its own pressure when you play like that because all eyes are on you. We're then sort of thinking, well, you know, is this going to be the norm? And obviously not. It's... what was it, some 33 points below his previous average. But listen, you can't take it away from him. That was an incredible debut, an incredible average, and a wonderful performance. And that will always be there. That's the beauty of doing it under the lights. That will be there forever.
The best ever first performance we've ever seen at the Super Series in that win earlier today against Matt Jackson, 115.62 the average. But for Nagera, he's won both of his matches. He's only dropped 1 leg. It's a almost perfect start for him. Yeah,
4 points +7 right now, and that was a solid performance because he was under it. He'd have watched what Crabtree had just done, and he'd be fully aware that he was under the gun there. But a near 97 average, very good finishing, 4 from 6, rock solid, looking good today. Yeah, it really is. Scott Taylor playing next now. He lost his opening match against Robert Thornton. Taylor, you've seen him over the years. He's played it on the Pro Tour before. He's won a Challenge Tour as well. You signalled him out as one of the top 2 favourites for this group. Yeah, absolutely. A lot of that down to experience and a lot of the fact that me and Matt Egger were talking about. The graph is going in the right direction. That upward trend is getting back to where he was in that 17-18 season where he made a Pro Tour final. I think he's qualified 6 times for the UK Open. You know, he's no joke. He can play at a good level, comes from a big darting area as well. So I think he's a similar place to Joe Murnan. So, yeah, I think he's going to be there or thereabouts. But looking at the opening 5 fixtures we've had so far, who knows?
Yeah, Lisa Ashton also from Bolton, actually.
Yeah.
So a real hotbed there, isn't it? But here is Matt Jackson now. This is our favourite moment of the week, isn't it? Forget 115 averages when you can do this kind of thing.
Yeah, that was a 180, and he did the moonwalk. Me and, well, Matt Edgar come out with the old 180 tee, and he embraced it. And it's good. Listen, it's serious stuff, but it's nice to see the players having a bit of fun and enjoying it up there. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's see if he enjoys himself a little bit more than he did in his first match. Beaten on the end of that brilliant debut performance by Cam Crabtree. Now he goes up against Scott Taylor, also looking for his first win of the day. Mace will go and join Matt in comms.
I'll take that. That was the closest we're probably going to get Mason to the 180. But we'll take it. He's done that. Matt Jackson played all week so far, was in Group A, comes here as the ADC qualifier, the number 1 in that system. 30 titles this year to his name, taking on Scott Taylor, who, as Chris Mason said, Pro Tour runner-up, reached the final, taking on MVG in 2018, lost that one 6-4. Has won a Challenge Tour. That was back in 2016, when he was probably at the peak of what we've seen of him so far, but like the graph suggests, he's going back that direction, possibly even going beyond what we saw in that sort of 16, 17,
First
18
leg,
window.
it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
6 times played in the UK Open, many times as a Riley's qualifier. That means you've got to win a tournament to get in that one. And also won a tournament to qualify for the World
59.
Trophy in 2019, which I believe took place in Blackpool. So plenty of TV experience for Scott Taylor. He's also
100.
played many times on the PDC Euro Tour, which played on stages all around Europe with thousands in attendance. A lot of the time, bigger crowds than you get in
55.
majors.
Yeah, well, I've seen them crowds of 5, 6, 7, and 8,000. Of course, there was that
100.
modern day record, wasn't there, over in Germany, where it was 20-odd thousand. It was Mensa Sulovic against Dimitri final.
135.
What was it, 20,000? Oh, goodness.
82.
And Scott Taylor's got this, and we're talking about Scott Taylor, and we're talking about him more in a previous sense, aren't we? We're talking about that Challenge Tour 2016 win, the Players'
100.
Championship final in 2018, and we seem to be looking backwards more than we're looking forwards, actually. But when we look at the age at just 31 years old, we can actually say that he's
99. Scott, you
got a lot
require
of big
152.
experience, younger than most people would, and actually that he's probably now coming into his peak.
Yeah, I think it's a general consensus that the
36.
vast
Matt, you require
majority of
120.
players tend to play their best starts in their 30s, maybe 40s.
80.
There is exceptions
Scott, you
to the
require
rule, of course.
116.
17-year-old Michael van Gerwen winning the World Masters being one of those examples. Tops.
96.
Well,
Matt, you
a rare
require
bit
40.
of good fortune for Matt Jackson if he can
Game shot
find the
the first
tops, which he
leg.
does do.
Matt
A
Jackson.
16-dart break of throw. And it's important for Matt here to
Second leg, it's Matt to
get
throw
his first chalk on the board. He was beaten to nil, of course, in his
96.
opening game of the day.
We've said all week, haven't we, for Matt Jackson, he's got to
121.
look forward to Thursday, because Thursday is a fresh start for him. And then he comes into Thursday and runs into
97.
115.6 to average, where there's nothing you can do, and it just feels more of the same.
Yeah, I've known Matt a while. Obviously, he's from my neck of the woods in the West Country, and I was just saying that fresh start, mate. What's happened? Happened. You treat it like 3 days of practice and get up there and try and enjoy it. And as you said, walks into that absolute monster.
162.
There's another example of his ability. Backs up the 920s with
Matt, you require
918s.
146.
And no finish for Taylor.
59.
Jackson shown us his ability in pieces, really, hasn't he? He's produced some good bits, but he's not been able to
125.
gel
Matt,
them
you
together.
require 87.
Something we know he can do, or else you wouldn't be top of the ADC ranking system. He certainly won't be winning as many titles
82.
as he has been winning over
Scott,
the
you
past
require
sort of
40.
12 to 18 months.
Game shot on the second leg.
But that
Scott
breaker
Taylor.
throw he gathered in the first leg has just been wiped out in the second.
Yeah, but more importantly for Matt Jackson, it's the
Third leg
level
is
of
Scott to throw
performance
first.
at the
Game
moment.
on.
Despite getting wiped out and not getting a dart at a double, his scoring average in that opening match against that incredible 115 was just
59.
82 at the moment. He's averaging 96.5.
180.
You're not taking that one?
No thanks.
I mean, you did on the balcony.
Well, that was just for you.
85.
It weren't a fully committed one.
It was
80.
not a committed one, no. It was a bit
100.
half-hearted.
I think you highball in half, actually. I think I'd go more for like a quarter or a fifth.
55.
One tough man to please. Must have been some football coach.
60. 57.
Again, good in the
Matt, you
scoring phase
require
here from Matt
161.
Jackson, leaving a finish after 9.
Yep, this is a massive improvement and a move in the right direction.
47.
Yeah.
Matt Jackson, the JDC, sorry, virtual world champion.
121.
System,
Matt,
I
you
believe,
require
through COVID that you had to go
140.
through on Facebook Live, and then everyone gathered in Gibraltar who had qualified, and Matt Jackson came on top
Game
of
shot on
that.
the
And
third leg.
tops
Matt Jackson.
is where he goes out there for the 114 finish. Massive improvement in the performance here. He's not too far off the 100 at
Fourth
the
leg,
moment.
it's Matt to throw first.
Well, the
Game
winning
on.
legs in the match. A 16 dart breaker throw in leg 1 for Jackson. 180 and a 14
86.
dart reply and a breaker throw in leg 2 for Taylor. And that was a 180 and a 15 darter for Jackson. And that
134.
all results in that average of 97. On one end of the spectrum to the other
41.
in regards to Crabtree. Got a comprehensive list of those players that will be competing in the World Seniors in February at the Circus Tavern. Tickets available via dartshop.tv. Player in action today
45.
and this evening. Robert Thornton, Phil Taylor, Martin Adams, Trina Gulliver, Neil Duff, John Part, David Cameron, Les Wallace, Bob Anderson, Keith Deller, Tony O'Shea, Kevin Painter, Terry Jenkins, Ronnie Baxter, Roland Schulten, Mark
135.
Durbridge, Peter Malley, Chris Mason, Co Stumpy, Darryl Fitton. And then it will be qualifiers, 8 in total
121.
from the World Seniors Darts Tour, which will make up the 32-player field. But get your tickets
57.
quickly. They'll make a weekend of it.
Could pick out some right games in that lineup, couldn't you? Phil Taylor and John Part.
Yeah, got some
89.
history.
Tavern.
At the tavern, yeah, correct.
$80. Scott, you require
That
112.
point was touching, of course. It was a scoring dart, wherever it was touching.
It doesn't have to fully penetrate the board, it just has to be touching the face.
Correct.
$49. Matt, you require
That's not a
102.
Spider-Man reference.
$42. Scott, you
This is
require
tricky,
63.
really. There's not really an ideal route. He'll probably look at the 13s. He's not. Well, I say it's tricky. He's going to make it look simple.
Should be a great guide. Ooh, went the
39.
other side.
Matt, you require
overpitched it.
60.
Well, Matt Jackson has had a week of watching everyone take every opportunity against him. He's just had a reprieve.
Game shot
And
on the
then
fourth leg.
dishes out
Matt
what he has
Jackson.
received all week, and that is what we say, a fresh start. He's taken the 3-1 lead now.
Fifth
Well,
leg, it's
the amount of
Scott to
times that's
throw
happened to
first.
him over the last 4 days where, you know, he's been there or thereabouts and in the
40.
mix, and then players have just last darted him over and over again. And then I said I was having a long chat with him this morning saying, look, just fresh start,
83.
enjoy it, just get up there and let them go. And he walks into that ridiculous performance from Cam Crabtree. I
100.
feared the worst, but this is a good response.
It is, and when you talk about fearing the worst, Scott Taylor's going to now go into that element, because Scott Taylor lost his opening game
57.
to Robert Thornton. This is just his second game of the campaign so far, and we said you've got to win at least 7 out of your 10, which means you've got 3 lives. He's lost one of them already. If he does go on to
95.
lose this game to Matt Jackson, he's going to have to probably go through the rest of the card today with victories.
No, if they keep beating each
60.
other, 6 men may be enough, and it can come down to leg difference. Because that's what they're doing at the moment, isn't it? With the exception, of course, of Jesus Nagera,
96.
who is just 1 leg off perfection, isn't he? 4 points plus 7.
85. Scott, you require 170.
Jesus' next game will actually be against Scott Taylor. And depending how this one ends, that might be
130.
pretty much all or nothing for Scott Taylor. He might be in knockout darts mentality by that point.
140.
That is pressure
Scott,
from
you
Matt
require
Jackson.
40. Game shot on the
What
5th
pressure?
leg. Scott Taylor.
16 dart hold, and this is the key leg incoming for Matt Jackson.
6th leg, it's Matt to
As
throw
the throw.
first.
Maybe a 15 darter would be enough to get it done, and a 4-2 win, and
56.
2 points on the board.
I wonder if there's a story behind this shirt of Scott Taylor. If anyone
80.
knows, please help us out on Twitter at the Edgar501. I've got open in front of me if you want to let me know if you know Scott Taylor and you know why. Because actually, from where he's from, I can't think of it reference to any sort of football
100.
club. And the only thing that's springing to mind is maybe he's a fan of Harley Quinn.
Aren't we all?
98.
What a
180.
lovely timed max, his second of the match.
100.
Should be 19s here. Okay.
95.
Well, he's been very good on the outer ring. He's had 4 darts at it so far, and he's hit 3. That includes a 114 finish from Matt Jackson,
140.
75%.
Matt, you require 70.
Should get a dart at a double here. Will get one at tops. Been leaving it. He's been
30.
hitting it.
Scott,
Not
you
on this
require
occasion. Offers Scott
83.
Taylor an opportunity to break the throw.
Oh, this will hurt. Shaking his head. He's fearing the worst.
Game
That's
shot on the
why,
6th leg.
because
Scott
that
Taylor.
is a 14 dart breaker throw and a level game, giving Scott Taylor the darts in the decider.
Rewind the footage back about a leg and a half ago, and I said Matt Jackson has been in a situation where everybody has just been taking out those opportunities when they're presented against him all week.
I think,
7th and
I
final
think
leg.
for
It's
me
Scott
there,
to throw
on
first.
the 165,
Game on.
most people, yes, he likes tops, that's fine. But once he did the 20 and the treble 20, for me, the treble 15 was the wrong shot.
140.
I think he should have gone at the ball. That would have guaranteed pretty much, as long as he did at least a 25, 2 darts at a double instead
95.
of the 1 off the back of 70. And it's those small margins.
And like you say, he was shaking his head. He was expectant of that 83 going in because he's seen it all week. That's the scar tissue that you said Cam Crabtree is coming in today without.
Yep. And you almost get a sixth sense when you know it's not your time and you're playing against someone and you're wiring doubles and they're finding the corners and just producing shots from the gods, and you just
97.
As the great Dennis Priestley always said to me, if your name's on pot, lad, you'll win it. If
56.
it's not, you could have 4 darts and you still won't win.
Again, rewind back a leg or two ago, and
135.
almost concerned about Scott Taylor's opportunities of getting through, and within a matter of minutes, he's completely turned this one around. Matt Jackson finds a third 180. Good time to apply a bit of pressure. Forces this dart now for the 18s.
74.
Matt Jackson
Matt,
took
you
out
require
114.
112.
You take out the 112. It's going to be all smiles.
92.
Good effort.
Scott, you require 14.
Second match dart for Matt. Well, how much of that can he see now? This will be just about Jackson's luck.
7.
Well, now you've got 3 in hand.
Matt, you require 20.
Different scenario this time, Matt.
He got a bit of time to process.
Game, shots,
But that
and
was
the
a
match.
successful
Matt
processing
Jackson.
period time. And Matt Jackson, instead of going fresh start, it could have easily gone wrong there. It went back to 3-3 from a 3-1 lead. And Scott Taylor kicking off with a 140. But Matt Jackson dug very deep, found a maximum in that last leg, and brought himself with an opportunity. Scott Taylor missing a few match darts, but Matt Jackson with a much improved performance, an average over the 90, and he gets 2 points on the board in Group C. 2 players with 2 points on the board so far are coming up next. That is David Wazowski and Cam Crabtree, who hit that amazing 115 average on debut.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Makes you want to be here, doesn't it? And you can be as well. Any of the Saturday night sessions. Tickets are available absolutely free via dartshop.tv. And for players, you can also qualify via the amateur darts circuit. Head over to their website to find out more. Just search ADC Darts. That's exactly what Matt Jackson did. He's qualified as their ranking leader, and he's just picked up his first 2 points in this group. A 4-3 win against Scott Taylor. An early victory for Matt Jackson, who in Group A had 1 win every day, hoping to do better than that today and put himself in the picture in terms of qualifying for finals night. A nice 114 checkout in there, an average above 90 as well. Very good stuff indeed from the Action Jackson. And the action continues at the Super Series now with a couple of players who also have a win to their name. David Wazowski lost his first match 4-1, but then bounced back by winning his second match by the exact same scoreline after defeat to Jesus Nagera. He got that victory against Robert Thornton. Well, as for Cam Crabtree, what a display it was on debut for him. A 4-0 whitewash win against the man we've just seen get his first victory, Matt Jackson, starting off with that checkout. He didn't miss a single dart at double in the entire match, including this 61 tidy up shot and then an absolutely brilliant way to seal the deal, a 1-2-1 checkout, resulting in an average of 115.62, the best debut display ever here at the Super Series. He won that match 4-0, but then he lost 4-0 to Jesus Nagera. So both players getting a win and a defeat by the same margin. Something's got to give here. Which way will it go? Let's find out. Back to the boys in the box.
Thank you, Murph. Well, it certainly was a 5-star performance in his debut game, but a bounce back to reality in match number 2. And this one is about just steadying the ship now and just focusing on the job in hand. He's had the highs, he's had the lows. Wants to be somewhere in the middle, doesn't he?
Yeah, you said it as well in the last game, that sometimes when you come on and you play so well in the opening game that it almost has a bit of a negative effect on the next one, because you almost expect, or you feel the weight of expectation of other people.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's the weight expectation. That was the
First leg, it's David to throw
highest
first.
average we've
Game on.
seen at the Super Series and its predecessor, the Live League. Incredibly, it's a good 3 points off the record.
60.
We've had a staggering amount of 105 plus averages in this format.
99.
And it just about trumps the, what was it, 103.67, the highest average of the week prior to that
58.
one from Andy Hamilton.
Yep, Andy Hamilton. We've also seen another couple of 100 averages. Jesus Nagera getting one. Robert Thornton getting one as well. I think that's going to potentially stand as the best one of the week. 115.62.
Could well be the performance
85.
of the year, possibly. Especially when you take into consideration the age and lack of experience of the young man. And that was his debut game.
140.
He's had that low average and that really, really high average. He wants to level off somewhere in the middle. You sort of feel somewhere in the middle is going to be David Wawrzewski. He looks like a very consistent across the board sort of player. An 88 average in his first game, an 89 average in his second game.
Yeah,
Just
I think
seems a
that's
rock solid player.
58.
on all of his appearances this year, which I've done a lot of. He is steady away. I was thinking, was that the best average of the
59.
year? But of course,
David,
we've
you
had two
require 100.
117.88 this year as well. One from Chaz Barstow and one from Dan Reed.
60. Cam, you require 148.
Yeah, I've had 115.62 from Robert Owen this year.
58. David, you require 40.
In fact, we've had 161 averages over
20.
105.
Cam, you require 90.
Like the collar of David Wazowski's shirt says, that's amazed.
Yeah.
Game shot on the first leg. Cam
Better.
Crabtree.
That will steady the ship for Crabtree.
He was 100% on the
Second leg, it's Cam to throw first.
doubles in his opening
on.
game, and then his second game against Jesus Nagera, he only had 2 darts at double in the whole match. Was an inspired performance though from Jesus Nagera, 96.97.
Well, he was over the
45.
ton for the majority of the match until the back end of leg 4, which he eventually won, but won it in 21 darts, but still ended up with an average of 97.
95.
A real workman-like performance.
Paul Croucher has been in contact with me on Twitter via @theEdgar501. You've got anything you want to say? Chuck it in on there. We'll see that. We can also see it on the @MSS Darts Twitter page.
45.
And he's reminded us that Cam Crabtree doesn't have a nickname, and see if we've got one for him. I think at the moment the only thing I'd call him is the Twister, because trying to say his name is a proper tongue twister. Even Chris Murphy on the balcony has to really slow himself into the
58.
Cam Crabtree to get it all in. So, bit of a tongue twister there.
85.
Sure, other nicknames will become available as things go on.
Yeah, maybe Shaft, as in Cam Shaft.
180. 100.
It's
Cam, you require
relative to
160.
darts equipment. As in the stem or shaft, whichever you
60.
prefer it. Just about to say he'd love a 140 here, but that was a bad blocker.
45. Cam, you require 100.
Yeah, we are on social media, Instagram, Facebook and Twitter @MSS Darts.
Game shot on the second leg. Cam Crabtree.
It's an 18 dart hold after the break in leg 1.
Third leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
Unable thus far to replicate that performance on debut, but
41.
as I suggested, and it's materialising. You perform like that, you can just begin to
60.
feel that weight and over try. You desperately want to replicate it. Never mind everybody else. As I said
85.
to Murph, that's it. It's in the can. It's there forever. That will be on YouTube for forever and a day for you to look back on.
41.
For you to remember when you're going to get any kind of negatives. I always say go back and watch a positive. Don't look
45.
at negative. They're done. They're gone.
Looking at the glass of water for Cam Crabtree. He's obviously not expecting this to be a long one because he's nearly drank
60.
it all already.
Be no good up there for Rob Cross, would it? You'd have to fill the table with glasses of water.
Maybe he'll be able to borrow a bit of
44.
David's water if it goes the distance, because David don't look like he's touched this.
I never did as a player, and I just don't. Yeah, never felt the need. Maybe
85.
if they replaced it with vodka, I might have had a dabble. Or Zambuca. Every time you
100.
miss a double, you've got to take a shot. Sounds like my kind of game, that. Fancy that tonight down the top 8?
Yeah, it's not really my sort of game, that
95.
one. And I think you'd probably win it quite easily, to be fair.
That's the worst compliment I've ever had.
Chris Murphy has tweeted a possible suggestion here. He said, wasn't there a wrestler
130.
named Crabtree? His nickname
Can
was
you
Big
require
Daddy.
160?
Yeah, Shirley Crabtree.
Would Big Daddy suit Cam, do you think?
80. David,
Well,
you
not unless he
require
looks like
56.
that little boy that was in the film Big Daddy.
Game shot on the 3rd leg. David Wazowski.
Now, this might be biased because I can also see on my Twitter page here, like the what's happening.
4th leg, it's
and you get
Cam
to see
to throw
the trends
first.
at the moment. And
Game
when
on.
you said, about that boy from that, I instantly thought of Kevin McAllister from Home Alone. But it might be because that's already planted in my head because I can see that Kevin the Carrot is actually a
57.
worldwide trend at the moment, which is a sign Christmas is coming. 45 days to go.
Who's Kevin?
140.
Kevin the Carrot is Aldi's Christmas mascot.
Oh. Didn't know that.
It's only about 7 or 8 years old
57.
now.
Oh. Actually got my breakfast from there this morning and it cost me £2.94.
'Did you have a
125.
banquet?
Actually ended up with a very nice cheese and onion sandwich, a packet
140.
of crisps and a wonderful jam donut. Which I'm I've regrettably
81.
consumed already.
Didn't take you long to consume it either. That was
But during the game of the Cam Crabtree game.
100.
that
David,
could be
you
an interesting
require
video for social media,
155.
couldn't it? What could you do in the time it takes Cam Crabtree to beat Matt Jackson at darts?
What, do we have a time on that
82.
game? Does anybody give
Can
us
you
a
require
total
147?
time? Let's have a quick look. Oh my goodness. Well, we could call him the devil because it was, well, nearly a shame it wasn't 666, but it was 6 minutes and
77.
6
David, you
seconds.
require 73.
For 4 legs of darts.
Game shot on the 4th leg. David
This one
Wazowski.
He's currently 9 minutes and 9 seconds old. More importantly for David, that's a 15 dart breaker throw, and it's the break back. We're back on throw, 2-2. Now he's getting into the water.
He's probably saying, "Can I have another glass? I've run out."
Well, he'll need water if he's on fire.
Fifth leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
Question in the last game: how hard can you get hit? Because he had that 4-0 win and lost 4-0.
41.
We're going to learn a lot about Cam just today because in this game he was 2-0 up and now he's been clawed back to 2-2. How does he react to this situation? When he said at the start of the
100.
day in that interview that he feels like he's going to be learning today, I think we're all learning with Cam today.
Yeah, when you get a
83.
player that is as new as this young man, with little to no
57.
experience, we are going to learn with him. We're going to learn plenty about him. We're going to learn plenty about his attitude,
100.
plenty about his mentality. We already know plenty about his
60.
ability. We've already had a A+ example of that. But unfortunately, this game, once you
43.
can play it, is pretty much played between the ears.
Well, if we look at what is the most likely route to development
59.
for Cam Crabtree, would be the PDC Development Tour. He's going to have plenty more years on that, just being 19 years old. Just looking at the averages of the top 10 players of that, because
48.
essentially if you're going to be looking at being really competitive, that you've got to see what the top 10 are doing and say I'm going to go with that. I'm going to ignore number one. Number one's Josh Rock. Josh Rock does not count in this conversation because
No,
Josh
we all
Rock
want
is
to be as good as
ridiculous.
Josh Rock.
So we're going to ignore Josh Rock for this one.
Sorry, Josh. Nothing. I love you, mate, but nothing personal.
So we're going to start with Nathan Rafferty. We're going to go down to from number 10 Nathan Rafferty down to number 10 Louis
100.
Williams.
Can you
That is a
require
range of 86 to
129?
89 average. Now, when we look at his running average at the moment, he's round about the low 80s, but with the recent form,
43.
because the negative form came at the start of the year,
David,
not
you
now.
require
The recent form has been a lot
86.
better, closer to that mark. So if he can stay roughly around there,
Game
he's
shot
going
on
to
the
be very
fifth leg.
competitive on that
David
development tour.
Wazowski.
Yeah, I would have thought so, as Wazowski makes it 3 on the spin. And what's fascinating
Sixth
when
leg
I
is
look
Cam
at
to
that
throw first.
Dev Tour
Game on.
is, I think 6 out of the top 7 are all tour card holders, aren't they? Josh Rock's top.
140.
Yeah, Rafferty, King Barry, Gian Van Veen, Neil Zonneveld, Nenches.
100.
The 7 of the top 10 are tour card holders, which is something I honestly do not agree with. I think if you try
140.
to get a card, get one. That tells me you're developed. If you want to remain on the Dev Tour, don't have a tour card.
60.
8 out of 10.
So the proof's there, isn't it? 8 of the top 10, and how is that helping the rest of the field's development when you're playing
57.
against tour card holders? And by virtue of the fact that 8 of the top 10 are all tour card holders, it's being dominated by tour card holders who are already developed.
140. Can you
If you don't
require
feel you're developed,
164?
don't have your tour card.
Learning and developed is something that we're going to watch Cam Crabtree do. He's going to develop
100.
throughout this week. And one thing we're learning about him here, when we said what was the question of when you're getting hit, he had a 2-0 lead. He's got brought back. David Wazowski goes 3-2 up. And then in this leg, he's had 2
Can you
140s in
require
the ton, left
64?
64 after 12. That is a good reaction.
It's a positive reaction,
Game
as
shot
is
on the
that.
sixth leg.
And that
Cam
is
Crabtree.
a 14 dart hold, taking us pretty short. Yeah, that's back to
Seventh
back
final leg. It's
matches
David to
that
throw
have gone to a
first.
deciding
Game on.
leg. Everything before it was pretty one-sided.
There is nothing in terms of the ton pluses. There's nothing really in
100.
terms of the doubling percentages throughout the day. There's nothing in this that suggests this is going to go one of either way. So I think if you're playing along with this, what you need to do is you're going to get a coin out of your
100.
pocket, flip it, say David Wawrzewski is heads and Cam is tails, and whatever it comes up as, look at it, and then question yourself and go best of 3,
140.
then best of 5, and just keep flipping it till it's over.
$45.
Yeah, that's unlucky. 2 on the top wire of the treble 20, but it's given Wazowski a bit of breathing space in this deciding
100.
leg, which is all you pray for in this situation. Needs to fill it.
Well-earned breathing space as well, really. 100, 140, 100.
60.
3 scores over 100 for David Wawrzewski.
161.
And he's given himself that 130-point buffer, plus the advantage of throw.
45.
Could have done without that, but by virtue of those 3 scores of a ton or more, he's given himself that ability to
140.
have
David, you
chipped in with
require
an
160.
iffy one.
Game, shots,
Wow,
and the match.
that was a wonderful
David
finish, because that
Wazowski.
first start at the treble 19 was a blocker. He worked his way around it and has taken out the 116, a 15 darter in the decider. That was forcing Cam to find a 12. So it is David Wazowski who picks up his 2nd win of the day, and it's back-to-back defeats for Cam Crabtree. When we come back, Robert Thornton against Matt Jackson.
Welcome back. Well, after a few one-sided affairs at the start of the morning, a couple of close ones in the last two games, including that 4-3 success for David Wazowski against Cam Crabtree. Both players playing at around the same level. Crabtree with that stunning performance earlier today, but it's been in the low 80s since that blockbuster start to life at the Super Series for him, and he was beaten by Wazowski, who took out that 116 checkout in the last leg decider. So it's 2 wins from 3 now for Wazzy. And the players in action next are looking to replicate that record, both of them with a win and a loss to their name. Robert Thornton, well, he beat Scott Taylor in his only victory today, having lost to David Wazowski in his second match. And it was also Taylor that was beaten by Matt Jackson, who picked up his first win of the day. Now, he has had a win every day this week. On Monday, he beat Robert Thornton 4-1, in fact. Thornton got his revenge with a 4-3 victory on Tuesday and beat him 4-2 on Wednesday. So a 4-0 win here would complete the bingo card in terms of score lines. But Jackson looking for his best point haul so far. If he can get another win today, whoever does win the match certainly will be in contention at the top of the table towards the middle of day one. It is Jackson and Thornton in the company of Chris Mason and Matthew Edgar.
Thanks, Murph. On a differing day for both so far. Robert Thornton defeating Taylor, as you mentioned, 4-2, both with similar averages, nearly 88. Then a bit of a shock, 4-1 defeat to Wazowski. Both players currently on 2 points. More importantly for Matt Jackson, an early win. And he has had a win over Robert Thornton this week on Monday, and then was edged out 4-3 Tuesday and 4-2 on Wednesday. So he knows he can beat the man in front of him. He does pick up a win here.
First leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
Himself in the mix, isn't he?
Yeah, and that's that fresh start again, isn't it? You know, it doesn't matter what happened in Group A. It doesn't matter if you finish bottom with no wins. When you come into this, it's a new group, new opportunity. And 2 places on the line into Saturday's final.
Can't change the past.
96.
Work with the present and work on the future.
100. 45.
Great news for the cricket. England thumping India by 10 wickets.
100.
Some big upsets last night in the football as well, in the Carabao Cup.
61.
Watching the results as they happened last night. Plenty of matches going to penalties.
I think the surprising one was the one I was keeping an eye on, the Liverpool Derby game.
Yeah.
Went down to the very last penalty.
It was, well, one more, and it was the goalkeepers to...
59. Robert, you
happened
required
last year
38.
in the FA Cup, didn't it? Was it the FA Cup or one of the cups?
30.
Oh, plenty of time on his side here. That's made a struggling start.
45. Robert, you require
leg
8.
of this one.
Game shot on the first
It is
leg.
a 16
Robert
dart hold
Thornton.
for chocolate.
Second leg, it's Matt to throw
Big fan of
first.
chocolate, you?
I am in spurts, so I can go through periods of time where I'm just not bothered, and then other times I can't live without it.
It's my favourite bit about Christmas.
Oh, you've got a favourite bit about
Well,
Christmas,
that Bailey's and Christmas dinner.
140.
Don't like Christmas crackers.
56.
Yesterday, Christmas trees.
No.
$60.
We will, of course, give you the lineup for next week on Saturday
58.
evening. And it is looking another fabulous week.
60.
Real big news coming up over the next couple of weeks. Certainly will create a bit of interest.
41.
I'm glad I'll be commentating and not playing. Thanks.
91.
Saw the best really from Matt Jackson in that last game, didn't we? Not just because
100.
he got the win,
Robert, you
not just because
require
it was over the 90 average,
150.
but how it happened.
Yeah.
Got a 3-1 lead, came back to 3-3. He found the 180 in the last leg.
134.
When Scott Taylor kicked
Matt,
off
you
with a
require
140.
106.
Yeah, he found 3 180s in the match, and they were all needed. And he also backed
60.
up one of those 180s
Robert, you require 16.
from Scott with that 168, the 9 count
Game
on
shot on
the
the second
18s. But
leg. Robert
back
Thornton.
to back, 16 dart legs for Robert. Have put him in a commanding position because he has the darts in the third.
Third leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
This group's going to be at reactions to setbacks, because we can already see everyone is beating each other, which means we're going to have a quite
96.
clustered up table. Robert Thornton in the last game lost 4-1 to David Wazowski. That was probably a game that he was probably eyeing up as a
140.
potential 2 points, where
Yep.
he was against the throw in that game, and he probably thought that's an ideal game to have at that period of time to get one of those breaks of throw
140.
that put some points on the board or some strong points on the board. And he's reacting pretty well in this one. His average is not too far away from touching the 100.
And again, I think
95.
inconsistency with Robert, there's nothing wrong with his top game. He has still got absolutely mountains of ability.
140.
Just every now and again, for whatever
Robert, you
reason,
require 170.
just doesn't maintain that level. We'll go off the boil briefly and then bounce back.
58.
Produce
Matt, you
numbers like
require
these.
87.
But that's probably why he's so good at picking up titles on that seniors tour.
Oh, he's still got such a high level, hasn't he?
And with that seniors tour, it's different to here. Is he can do one game, and leave and come back, and just come back and
71.
re-prepare for
Robert,
that
you
one.
require
In
112.
days like today, where we're going to see him 5 times across the day, we're going to expect him to throw a clanger in there somewhere.
Well, we've seen that, especially from
88.
Andy Hamilton, didn't
Matt,
we?
you require
His
60.
opening games was, in some areas, his best performances.
Game shot on the
That
third
will make
leg.
Matt
Matt
Jackson
Jackson.
a whole lot better. He's broken back in 15.
Fourth leg, it's Matt
We'll
to
need
throw
another break
first.
of throw, of course. Priority number 1 is
58.
just to hold here and then try and attack the Thornton throw. Robert looks like he has other ideas.
99. $125.
And all of a sudden,
22.
sort of feel if this was a scale, we'd be putting some weights on the Matt Jackson side, because it's starting to balance off and level off, where Thornton's average
100.
is starting to come down. Matt Jackson's starting to come up, which means we're probably going to meet somewhere in the middle, which would be probably 2-2 on the scoreboard.
100.
If Robert just eliminates the sort of moments from his game,
100.
I presume he's going to Q School, isn't he, in January? If he gets it right, he could be a danger.
83. Matt, you require 118.
He missed the big 18. Not too
78.
much damage done because Robert's had a poor scoring leg and is way back.
99.
Oh,
Matt, you
you
require
did.
40.
Call it. Are we going to see 2-2?
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Matt Jackson with the last start in hand gets over the line. Levels up this game. Robert Thornton will be throwing first in essentially a best of 3. I think he's just lost his dart. He's dropped it down the smoke. Oh,
Fifth
it
leg,
didn't go
it's
too
Robert
far
to throw
down.
first.
We
Game
normally
on.
had a Steve Burton.
Well, he did it, and it was in front of the steps for the stage, and it was down there, and it
95.
dropped right down and went past the smoke machine and onto the floor, and we had to move the steps out of the way to
85.
get his dart and stick it in the post to him.
$43.
That's Stephen Merton, of course. He'll be in action this evening.
There's things you want to be known for and things you don't want to be known for, isn't
81.
there? Like now dropping a dart in the smoke is known as the Stephen Burton that we've seen in the past with the Bust 180 was known as the Dirt Van
96.
Dyvenbode until it's now the renamed Damon Hetta.
Well, before health and safety went bonkers, we were playing in the World
100.
Pairs, which was a bit of a forerunner to the World Cup, I suppose. And Jamie Harvey stepped back, and we all knew it was there. It was a big open
121.
space with this huge lighting structure under the stage, and Jamie Harvey went straight through it.
80. Robert, you require
You're
146.
picturing it again now,
Oh,
aren't
the
you?
noise. You just see him just sort of disappear. Pretty sure he was
90.
playing with Keith Dellett.
Matt, you require 155.
Didn't Andy Smith, the pie man, once fall off a stage as well?
Yeah.
42. Robert, you
Everyone
require
thinks it's a bit of a
56.
myth. I mean, I think it was
Game shot on the
Reg
fifth leg.
Harding who was
Robert Thornton.
known, well, they were both known to enjoy their food. They went to one of these all-you-can-eat places and were both asked to leave.
Sixth leg, it's Matt to throw first.
I believe as well the version of that story I've heard is they asked him to leave and he goes, I can't leave yet, I haven't had my ice cream.
180.
Yeah, I think he ate his second aromatic crispy duck. And they said, "Oh, can you leave?" He said, "Well, I haven't had my ice cream yet."
123.
Yeah, another max.
34.
I think we were down in Eastbourne. I mean, there was a beautiful Chinese down there. We were playing in Eastbourne Open.
41.
And there was a beautiful Chinese restaurant in it. One day of the week, maybe on a Wednesday or Thursday, and it was all you can eat. It's only been about £12.
140.
I think the pie man took care of that with his starters.
40. Matt, you require 147.
Well, talking of
87.
the Seniors World Championship, of course, and that number 147, Jimmy White, at the age of 60, qualified for
99.
the UK
Matt, you
Championship
require
tournament
60.
he played in for the first time 41 years ago.
Game shot on the sixth leg.
It's like the
Matt
Paul Lim
Jackson.
of snooker.
Yeah, absolutely.
This one's going all the way. Robert Thornton will have the
Seventh
advantage
final
of
leg.
throw.
It's Robert to throw first.
But
Game on.
Matt Jackson has been here once already today. He went all the way in his game with Scott Taylor. Scott Taylor did throw first in that leg
83.
as well. He kicked off wheel 140. Matt Jackson was able to find a max in that leg. Ended up going over the line and winning that one 4-3.
60.
But he has lost to Thornton 4-3 on Tuesday. So again, it's the
100.
negative numbers. And needs a two-trouble visit. There's one of them. Always got to get out of there.
171.
Good thinking as well, taking off the trouble 17, because now it's left a combination of either a ton of 140 or 180. You can have three darts at the same target.
85.
Each of them, whether it be the ton, the 140 or the 180, will leave a finish.
This is what's been missing from his game the last couple of days.
Yep.
When you get to that
60.
clutch situation, 3-3, I said in the last game against Scott Taylor, he had a maximum visit 180. That 171's a maximum visit there as well.
63.
And he's got an opportunity here. If he can find a couple of trebles, there is no better time to hit a 140.
40. Robert, you
But there is
require
a worse time
170.
to get a bounce out. We used the term earlier. That is the definition of unlucky.
Yeah.
134. Matt, you
That's the
require
definition of
170.
absolute class.
64. Robert, you require 36.
Get his second win of the day. 2 nines. 1 dart.
Good marker.
Game,
And
shot,
uses it.
and the match.
And Robert Thornton with the darts holds throw. And he does pick up his second win of the day. An average of 87.72. Certainly tidy enough. The only max in the match. And the 171. Both to Matt Jackson. When we come back, it's match number 9 of 15. Jesus Nagera takes on Scott Taylor.
Welcome back to the action, and we've just seen a third 4-3 victory in quick succession. It was a 4-3 win for Robert Thornton against Matt Jackson. There you see that the standard in that one, not too much between them, 5 points in the averages. Both players having 8 darts at double, but crucially, Robert Thornton hitting half of his attempts and picking up the points in that one. So Matt Jackson losing the match, and he also almost lost his dart as well. You can see him there just dropping a flight down there. It's fallen in the smoke machine. Managed to retrieve it. We did see a situation earlier in the Super Series where Stephen Burton on the very first night lost his entire dart down there. didn't get it back until he came here about 6 weeks later. But fortunately for Matt Jackson, he still has 3 darts to play with rather than just 2 for the rest of the day. That would be a bit of a disadvantage, wouldn't it? But he's lost his second match of the day after winning his previous one. Attention now turns to a player looking to make it 3 on the spin as Jesus Nagera takes on Scott Taylor. Nagera did get the better of Cam Crabtree 4-0. That's after that stunning display, which, by the way, from Cam Crabtree in his first match, you can see in full on our YouTube channel, the MODUS Super Series channel. As for Taylor, well, it's been a contrast for him. A nice finish there against Matt Jackson, but he's lost both of his matches so far on debut here at the Super Series. So it is a man who is yet to be beaten against a man who is yet to win. What does the script say for this one? Chris Mason and Matthew Edgar are ready to narrate.
Well, we've took our script from this morning, we've ripped it up, wetted it, set it on fire and put it in the bin because it is absolutely gone completely off script today. We've seen 115 average from Cam Crabtree, we're seeing 4-0s, we're seeing comebacks, we're seeing big last legs, we've seen everything really, but one thing we've not seen is Jesus Nagera under pressure because he has won comfortably in his first couple of games. He won 4-1 against David Wazowski, won 4-0 against Cam Crabtree, the player who did put in
First leg,
that
it's
big
Jesus
average.
to throw
But one
first.
of the big standouts for me today,
Game on.
when we look at the Jesus Nagera game, is that finishing. 50%, 4 from 8 in his opening game, and 66% in his game against Cam Crabtree. If we balance that out, that's around about the 58% mark for the day so far.
55.
Yeah, it's staggering. Something else we've not seen today. A 180 from Robert Thornton.
100.
That is why the script is well and truly in the bin. It looks like the players haven't been reading it this morning.
No, they've had all their own ideas.
57.
Scott Taylor was someone we both fancied actually to get through this group.
Yep.
And he's in a spot of bother here. He lost 4-2 to Robert Thornton. He lost 4-3 to Matt Jackson. Scott Taylor is almost in a position now
36.
where he's run out of lives. He's probably got 1 left. He can probably lose 1 more somewhere. And then after that, he's going to have to pretty much win them all. He doesn't want to use that life up too early.
140.
Well, they went 4-5, Jesus. Scott 10-11, so very much a pick-em. I think we've seen the
134.
the best from Scott Taylor just yet.
$99.
No previous between the two. And the only thing they would possibly know of each other is
46.
watching
He just require
previous
150.
action. Personally, but I think the experience is with Taylor, but Nagera's just got a
95.
different look about him today. He's another bent player that's benefited from that fresh start to the day.
60. He just require 55.
By fresh look about him, you don't mean he's got the different shirt on today. It means the level that we're producing on the board. The level on the outer ring has been the strong point for him so far.
35.
So much so there. He
Scott,
was
you require
amazed. He's still got the old
125.
David Blaine eyeball in the hand thing going on.
123. He just require 20.
Interesting leave, that one, Matt.
Yeah, you could see all of the confusion
shot
on
on
Charlie's
first
face as he had to
Jesus Nagera.
call that one out. He left the madhouse, but he's not going to get a go at it. Jesus Nagera wraps that one up, so we go back to
Second leg, it's
501.
Scott
Good
to
for his
throw
average.
First. $96.
Easily done that. You sort of have an idea in your head and almost have one of those moments where the Bit of brain fog. About 50 years of it.
60.
Do like the throw of Scott Taylor.
140.
Very few moving parts.
134.
Mentioned Scott Taylor from Bolton. Don't think I could ever say it like that since that Vernon case. Was it Vernon Kay that did that?
121.
From Bolton. Which is quite handy for him actually, because quite a lot of darts takes place in Wigan, so
Yep.
just a couple of miles away from him there. I believe that's where he got
Barnsley's
his
not too far away from there either, is it?
nice location for the elite level darts in the
95.
UK.
Scott,
A
you
lot of
require
players do live up around there,
144.
like the overseas players now, don't they? Dimitri and Damon Hetta, don't they share a house up
Leicester.
in Leicester?
Game
Yeah.
shot on the second leg.
Very
Scott
tidy
Taylor.
there from Scott Taylor, the 144. Didn't see that one going, and we actually
Third leg,
missed
it's
it.
Jesus to throw first. Game on.
It was a 12 dart leg as well there from Scott Taylor, so he's turned up here. Probably knows the situation,
Yeah.
knows that he's used two of his potential 3 lives up
125.
already. Doesn't want to be in a situation where he has to win everything. So with that,
Well, at the moment, the
57.
only unbeaten player, of course, is Jesus Nagera. Everybody else has dropped
60.
at least one match. Scott Taylor is the only player without a win. Good tipping from
96.
Edgar and Mason.
this is where you can use your line about
100.
the Bentley and the BMX.
Absolutely.
60.
Wow, all three of those touching the top wire. Those things, if you tried to do it without hitting a treble 20, you've got no chance.
60.
Then he might have 3.
Just
the smallest of adjustment down, and he gets a maximum.
156.
First one of the game, first one of the match in total, goes the direction of Scott Taylor. That actually now puts him in
44.
driving seat.
Scott, you require
Or
108.
potentially a breaker throw.
From absolutely nowhere. Why would
88.
you come on 17s? when
Jesus, you
just
require
hit a
112.
max? Your eye is in on the red bit. The feel is there.
He cannot finish after hitting that one, so Scott Taylor
30.
got a chance
Scott,
to
you
turn this one
require
around.
20.
Take the lead, break the throw. Get himself halfway to
Game
a
shot on the
very,
third
very
leg.
important victory.
Scott
Something he has
Taylor.
not tasted yet in this format. Remember, Scott Taylor, despite all the stats and the background that we have gave you,
Fourth
is
leg,
on
it's Scott to
debut
throw first.
in the Super Series.
Game on.
And he's on debut without a win. He's looking to put that right here.
140.
I bet he's one of those that it's tons of 180s in practice.
Scott Taylor can go on to win this game.
58.
What we said in the last game of everyone is just beating everyone, and this is going to be a bunched up group.
Yeah. Well, this is the
85.
final match of the third cycle of games, so we'll have a good look over the table at some point after this one. It will
100.
be compressed. Speaking of
90.
compression, got Taylor starting to put the squeeze on Jesus.
$140. 140.
The squeeze is putting him in the vice, I think. This is getting heavily squeezed. Scott Taylor just about to break the 100 average here at the moment.
Just found another
60.
gear, hasn't he, from somewhere?
Scott, you require 46.
He lost the opening leg of this match. Double 14. Go your own way, pal.
18. Jesus, you require 143.
For a 6.
Would have been expecting to come back, and he will. Jesus nowhere near the form we've seen from him in the opening couple of games.
43.
Throwing wayward
Scott, you require
darts.
28.
Could be about to go one away from
Game
defeat.
shot on the fourth
For
leg.
the first time
Scott
of the day.
Taylor.
That'd be a first defeat for Jesus Nagera and a first victory for Scott Taylor.
Yeah, after losing the opening leg,
Fifth leg,
and a
it's Jesus to
scrappy
throw
one
first.
it was
Game
too.
on.
He responded with a 12-dart 144 checkout hold, 17-dart break, followed by a 16-dart hold.
Just going to hop into my time machine for a quick second and just go back to the start of the day when you were stood on the balcony with Chris Murphy. And you said that Jesus Nagera seems to be great when he's got this A game, but completely
96.
lacks a B game.
Yeah.
We've gone straight from A game to C, possibly even D here.
Yeah, average just north of 80 at the moment.
I think you even used the expression, it's all or nothing with Jesus.
It is very much with a lot of these players.
96.
That's also said when they're absolutely on it. They've got a game to rival anybody. We've seen that
41.
from young Crabtree on debut today. Imagine he's breaking social media right now.
139.
Great thinking from Taylor. Nothing wrong with the counting on that occasion.
Just having a look there because I remember there was a song actually, All or Nothing, I believe, Westlife.
100. Scott, you require 170.
One of your favourite bands? Or were you more of a take that kind of guy?
52.
I never really
Jesus,
bought
you
into the
require
whole
120.
Boy band thing, though. This would be, oh my gosh, just about to say, well, this would be some way to get yourself
68.
back in.
Scott, you require 118.
What did we say at the start of this leg? We said today he is throwing sloppy darts. Or certainly in this game. Not today. This game he has started throwing sloppy darts. I was just watching his face there in the background. He's sort of
80.
frustrated with himself, and he nearly lost the game there. Scott Taylor had a dart of double 19. That would have been to wrap this one up. It is only a race to 4. And he's now only going to get 2 darts at a double that he probably should have been having 4 or 5 at.
42.
Yeah.
Scott, you require
Nice split.
38.
Oh, he's going straight for it. Aggressive. Like it. Double one. Don't like that.
Game,
He does, though.
Shot, and the match.
And Scott Taylor, with an 18-dart breaker throw, does pick up his first 2 points of the day and inflicts the first defeat for Jesus Nagera, an average of 92.7, and another of that example of A to Z for Jesus, just a 79.78, well below his running numbers here this week. When we come back, match number 10 and the first game in the fourth cycle of games, and it's the return of Cam Crabtree against Robert Thornton.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the script just keeps on being rewritten here. Jesus Nagera, who had won both of his first games, has just lost to Scott Taylor, who had been beaten in each of his first 2 matches. A convincing triumph as well for Taylor, a 4-1 success against the Spanish star, 4 out of 9 on the doubles, an average of almost 93 and a brilliant 1-4-4 checkout in there as well. So everybody now has picked up points in Group C, and we can take a first look at the Group C table right now. Nagera still top of it after those opening couple of victories, but it is congested, isn't it? Look at that. Wazowski and Thornton both also on 4 points. Taylor, Crabtree and Jackson each have 1 win apiece, and that of course means that everybody is very much in contention at this stage, halfway through, in fact almost 2/3 of the way through the first day of action here in Group C. Well, the action continues with the next match between Crabtree and Thornton, so it could be another player on 4 points. Crabtree took out this brilliant finish in defeat to David Wazowski, but his best performance, of course, was that 4-0 win on debut. And you can see that on YouTube, MODUS Super Series YouTube channel in full, 115 average from Crabtree. Robert Thornton, well, he got one of his 2 wins against Matt Jackson. Someone was so pleased he sent him a nice little WhatsApp message during it as well. Fantastic from the Thorn, and he is joint top of the table as we saw there. So this one, it's a meeting between a promising prospect in the sport and a star of the seniors, in fact the World Seniors World Champion no less, and tickets are available for next year's World Seniors Championship via dartshop.tv. That's the same place where you can book your free tickets for here at the Super Series. Well, speaking of stars at the seniors, we are ready, the players are ready, and it's tungsten time.
Bit of Paul Star behind the bar. Well, this one's fascinated me, mainly because of something you picked up on during the interview. It was one name that Crabtree mentioned, and it was Robert Thornton. A player he says he watched himself growing up. Trying to think back how long ago it was that Thornton won the UK Open. Trying to work out how old Sam was.
Thornton
First
would have won
leg,
the
it's
UK
Cam
Open
to
in
throw
2012.
Game on.
So I played him in 2013, and that's when he was defending the title. So he won it in 2012. So at that point, we're talking 10 years, Cam would have been 9.
Will one of them
57.
have a 9 in this one?
Do you know what? That also makes me feel really old, thinking the year that I was trying to stop Thornton from defending his title, Cam was 10.
59.
And this is the guy I've just sat and watched throwing 115 average.
61. 140. 100.
Thornton would have been the favourite to win this group. He's got 2 victories so far. That gives him 4 points, but he doesn't really have much in the legs column. Robert Thornton
92.
has this habit of playing whatever the level is. If you go up and throw like a low 80 average against Robert Thornton, he'll match you. You go up and throw a 95 at Robert Thornton, he'll match you.
Very much like a James Wade, a reactive type player.
Just gets too embroiled with the game, and he knows how to come out of it.
97. Can you require 146?
The World Grand Prix, the UK Open, the World Seniors Championship, the World Seniors Match Play.
58. Robert, you
More
require
TV
113.
On the Robert Thornton trophy shelf.
Yep. 81. Can you require 88? 71. Robert, you require 32.
He's back down on that double 16 again.
Game shot on the first leg.
Finds more
Robert
success
Thornton.
than he did on the first day. On the first day, he tended to find he was setting that up a lot more, but he did say in his interview on the Tuesday that he did struggle
Second
with
leg, it's
rhythm
Robert to
and
throw
feel.
first.
And with that in
Game on.
mind, probably didn't fancy pitching up to tops where we're more likely to see Robert Thornton try and leave on a regular basis.
42. $41. 61.
Just to give you an idea, when I say that Robert Thornton normally likes to leave tops, in his games, he has thrown 862
57.
darts at tops, in contrast to just the 107 that he has thrown at double 16.
96.
One thing for sure, Cam would be more than happy to get somewhere near
99.
the £1.3 million in prize money that Robert Thornton's picked up. Remember, that's just
86.
from ranking events. That's not the Premier League or any of the non-ranking events. Like the, of course,
60.
the early Grand Slam was a non-ranked event, wasn't it? Didn't go towards your ranking money.
Obviously, exhibitions as well, where your players might come down your local,
60.
or a couple of players get together and put on a bit of a show.
$140. Robert, you require 156.
20s. This is the Barneveld, isn't it? Double 18.
Game shot on the
Oh,
second leg.
beautiful from
Robert Thornton.
This is stunning. Right in the corner.
Third leg, it's Cam to throw first.
When we say
Game
about
on.
rhythm and timing, it really highlights when you take a shot like that 156, where it's got that rhythm and that pace that just looks so
134.
likely.
Yeah, well, it's basically when you practice, you know, you tend to practice on your own, and you just get a
139.
lovely rhythm, and you go into these zones that maybe last 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, maybe 20 minutes. Everything
100.
just feels so normal and so natural. It feels like you can't miss. And when you're in a game and everything's just dropping in, you just get into a zone, and
96.
everything feels so easy. And that was a perfect example of it.
Just picking into it a little bit. We look at that game from Cam Crabtree, debuted 115.62. Is the format
95.
of today something that may work against him, in the sense of he would have probably liked to have gone home, enjoyed the moment, celebrated a little bit. The players are not allowed their mobile phones. He probably would have wanted to talk to family
123.
and friends and enjoyed that moment for a little bit. Instead, he's done that, and it's all right. You've got 4 more tough games
Yeah.
to go before you can even get out of
140.
here.
Robert,
And by
you
the time he
require
gets out of here,
143.
will that be a distant memory?
Yeah, and will there be a negative connotation to all that? Because if he, you know, he could quite possibly go on
91. Cam, you require
and not
32.
pick up another win, and rather than them focusing on the positive, he may
Game
be
shot on the third leg.
too aware
Cam
of the
Crabtree.
negative. But that's a 13 dart hold, and pegs a leg back. But
Fourth
like
leg,
I
it's
say,
Robert to throw first.
at his
Game on.
age and his experience, he's just got to just enjoy and relish this opportunity.
85.
And literally, if I was him in that practice room, I'd be literally chewing the ears off everybody, trying to just pick up little bits of information
46.
and try and soak up all of the players' knowledge.
He mentioned in his interview, didn't he, that he's looking to learn. While
100.
he's here, learn about himself, gained from the experience. Experience is the mind and body being engaged with task. And so far, I think he's done that quite
45.
well.
Yeah, he seems a very level-headed young man.
I think the main things we've got to look at is just try not to win every moment. Just accept you're not going to throw 180 every single time. Don't react. And as long as you can leave here with that same sort of mentality,
100.
that growth mindset that I'm looking to learn and develop, and don't let this experience change the things he said at the start. I think that's a good thing about having that interview at the start of the event. You can watch that back at the end and make sure that player who did that interview is the same player that leaves here.
Agreed, 100%. That's imperative, like you say, for his progression.
100. Robert, you require 45.
I often say, like, if you could have a conversation
Game
with the
shot on the fourth
20-year-old or the 25-year-old
Thornton.
version of yourself, what would you say? He's got the advantage because he's got video footage of that exact person before the experience.
Fifth leg, it's Cam to throw first. Game on.
That's what I said, the beauty of doing it under the lights, and it's there for keeps. That can never be taken away.
60.
And irrelevant of what happens, that's a huge positive. You look at the players who we've had compete here in
57.
the Super Series and then Live League. There's only 4 players above him in terms of the highest ever averages hit.
83.
That's a good starting point at 19 years of age.
And we've focused quite a lot in this game on Cam Crabtree, but
100.
Robert Thornton is doing what he's done for the past couple of days. When we hit that middle part of the day, he seems to get stronger. And he's doing exactly that here. He's got some victories earlier on in the day when he wasn't at his best, which is ominous signs for the rest of the group that the favourite here, Robert Thornton, is starting to fire. It's his first 180 of this match. He's had a 156 finish. He's 3 from 4 on the doubles, and he's pushed his average up to near enough the 100 mark.
Yeah,
171. Robert, you require 164.
The reply is a brilliant one with 919s.
92. Cam, you requires 62.
He's created this opportunity. Can he take it?
46.
Sort of felt that
Robert,
had to go. And you can see from the
72.
reaction, he probably felt the same as well. The way Robert Thornton's throwing at the moment, you do not want to stand and hope he misses because it's not
52.
normally a profitable tactic.
Cam, you require 60.
On this occasion, fortunately enough for Cam, he has missed.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Where
Cam
hasn't,
Crabtree.
and he does hold a couple of, well, 1 match start for
Sixth leg, it's Robert to
Thornton.
throw first. Game
key
on.
leg incoming.
Well, we talk about learning. There's one thing he's learned, and that's not to guzzle all his water in the first leg and a half.
59.
He's still got half a glass there, so there's one thing he's picked up.
140.
If he did that again, maybe we could have given him the nickname The Sponge.
Lovely matches.
100.
Connor Scott, who did very, very well playing in Southampton in the then Live League, now Super Series.
60.
Did, of course, go on to win a tour card. And he said what I just said about asking questions he did with Thornton, Adams and Burnett. He said, I should imagine they were sick of me by the end of it. But
100.
not very often you're in that illustrious company where you can pick their brains.
57.
I shared the YouTube
60.
link on Facebook with the Crabtree average and a lovely response from a darting legend himself in Wayne Weening, one of Australia's very, very best. I managed to catch up with him. I haven't seen him for 20 odd years, and I managed to
80.
catch up with him in Portsmouth just a few weeks ago, and his reply was just simply stunning, and it was.
100. Cam, you require 164. 64.
It's 82. It's for the
Robert,
match
you
for
require
Thornton.
82.
It'd be a very polished performance.
Game
We don't see him in that
shots, and the
area too
match.
often, but we've seen
Robert
him in there
Thornton.
twice in this game and twice He finds the success on the double 16. That is a 4-2 victory for Robert Thornton, and it's more points on the board. His third win of the day, that's 3 in 4. That's a good return there for Robert Thornton, but Cam Crabtree, since that 115 average, has been condemned to a hat-trick of defeats. The next game is a real eye-catcher. Scott Taylor, who is now on the board after winning his last game against Jesus Nagera, condemning him to defeat against David Wawrzewski, who has started his campaign extremely well.
Welcome back to the action in this very interesting Group C. Chris Mason has joined me for some reflections on what we've seen in the last 5 games or so. The last one going the way of Robert Thornton. We'll take a quick look at the stats and get Mason's expert analysis on what we saw there.
Yeah, I think it was just yet another solid performance. He's sort of been quite reactive. Myself and Nagera picked up on it. He just seems to be finding another gear when he needs to. He's not too erratic. He was on Monday, and he just seemed to have made small increments of improvements throughout the week, and he's got his rhythm right there. And there was a perfect example in that match with that beautiful 156 out.
Yeah, it was superb. We'll have a look at the table as well. It's the first time we've had the chance to discuss it, but it's all pretty closely bunched up, isn't it? Thornton ahead, but he has played a game more than most.
Yeah, he's had one more game, as has had Cam. I mean, we were looking at it, and it's usually around the sort of 7-game, 7 winning matches mark will guarantee your progression through. But because everybody's beating everybody else, it could come down to around 6. Now, when 6 wins is usually the sort of marker, we end up going back to leg difference. And I think this is a very equal group. I think they're all capable of beating each other, as we've seen so far today. If that continues, those matches where you maybe could have lost 4-3 but have dropped your head and end up losing 4-1 and 4-2, they may become costly.
Well, the next game is Scott Taylor against David Wazowski. Taylor took out 144 in a win against Jesus Nagera earlier on, and this just sums up what you've been saying, because before this game, 2 wins for Nagera, 2 defeats for Taylor.
Exactly that, and then he takes care of Nagera. In the end, it wasn't without its own bit of drama, but this was Wazowski's 1-1-6, and what was impressive there was that dart number 2, because the first one was a complete blocker.
It was. That was to beat Cam Crabtree. I just want to quickly ask you about him before we throw to this match, because that brilliant performance, which you can watch in full on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel in his debut, is this just a narrative that I might be creating, or is it possible that was actually the worst thing that could have happened to him?
No, I totally understand where you're coming from. The problem is you put in a performance like that, it's not just your own expectations. You know, he would know that there's been times in practice where has those blitzes, but you could see by his reaction afterwards, the clenched fist, it was one of those moments you dream of doing. The benefit for him, of course, it's on television, it's on YouTube, it's there forever. That can never be taken away from him. He's done it. You know, what the problem he's had dealing with doing that is the expectation and his own expectation. Of course, the players might think, oh, he's a nice young kid, and you know, we're going to give him advice and let him enjoy his couple of days here. Now he's put a target on his back, and the players have jumped all over him.
Yeah, they really have. Well, let's see if Scott Taylor can carry on his little change of fortunes. Lost his first 2 games, won his last one. David Wazowski well in the mix as well. In fact, all the players are in the mix, so it will be a very interesting game. Coin flip?
Yeah, it's for sure. I'd just side with Taylor.
Well, he sides with Taylor. Matthew Edgar will guide you through comms, and Chris Mason will join him.
Yeah, I sided with Scott Taylor at the start of the day. Thought it was between him and Robert Thornton to be taking this group, but there's been a bit of a shake-up here. The script has been ripped up and rewritten too many times that we're now just going to not go without one. Jesus Nagera getting some victories, but David Wawrzewski picking up his last 2 victories. That was a 4-3 victory over Cam Crabtree. It was a very good double in percentage as well. David Wawrzewski in that one, a 57%. He also beat Robert Thornton. Robert Thornton, who is flying up the table at the moment, the seniors world champion.
Scott to throw first.
And again on the outer ring, David, 4 from 5 in that game, 80% return. And he played quite well in his opening game, really, against Jesus as well with that 88. Scott Taylor, someone we tipped up at the start to be 60. One of the people to qualify through this group. His day didn't start well. He started in defeat to Robert Thornton, then followed that up with defeat to Matt Jackson, but 100. So much better in the last game. A 92.70 average in a 4-1 victory over Jesus Nagera. And that included a massive 1-4-4 finish as well from Scott Taylor. So it's safe to say that he is warming to the task. Scott Taylor, I need to remind you as well, 95. Is on debut. So we can almost forgive him in those early games, because he did miss a couple of darts to take Robert Thornton all the way. I believe it was 5 darts actually to go 3-3 with Thornton on his opener.
And he's fancied here against David, isn't he? 4-7.
140.
I think he's got, well, it's not an opinion, of course. He does have 59. A higher level of play, a higher ceiling. At the moment, this one's all about Wazowski in leg
98.
1. And a very early opportunity to get that much-needed break of throw.
Yeah, I've been impressed with David Wawrzewski, the way he's gone about his day so far. 68. It's just been very consistent, measured, steady.
Yeah, he is steady. He's a solid dart player.
48.
I think, though,
Scott, you require 151.
Runs into someone that just has that slightly higher ceiling. More often than not, can't 95. Go with them.
David, you require 20.
One thing that's been very impressive about him, he's not been very reactive. It's all been about him, his processes.
Game shot on the
what
first
he does not change in relation to what is happening in the match. And when you say about players like Cam Crabtree, I think
second leg, it's
you could
David
learn a lot from a player like David Wawrzewski about how he conducts himself throughout a match.
Yeah, and because he doesn't emotionally get involved,
100.
He doesn't emotionally get tired or drained, or he doesn't allow any negative thoughts to creep in. He's just
100.
One-paced, gets up there, looks down, looks up, throws his darts. You know, after a game, you don't know whether he's won or lost, and that's
60.
That's pretty much the best way to play it, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's probably why he is the assistant team manager as well for London in the county, because he's probably got quite a bit that he can
81.
actually pass on in terms of his approach to this as well. Just having a scan over to Twitter, I've had a message from Lee Cox, who is the London team captain, who actually is coming up later
100.
on this evening. He'll be taking part in Group B. And he was saying about the pronunciation of his name that everyone seems to get it wrong. They just call him Wazzy.
98.
Well, Lee Cox will be taking part in Group B. That is coming this evening.
He did say, he said, just when I walked through earlier, he said,
79.
tell that Edgar I'm going to have a word with him about how to pronounce my name. He seemed a little upset, but I went, oh, yeah, I would, mate. Go and have a word.
94.
Wazzy will do for me, and luckily as well, because he's quite a big lad, we've got a lock on this door, and I can push my chair up against it, so he might be okay.
130.
Mention about that
Scott,
Group
you
B, that
require
starts tonight.
128.
Lee Cox, Justin Smith, Andy Hamilton, Martin Adams and Stephen Burton. If you think this group is tight, wait till tonight.
Yeah, tonight is an absolute minefield. Treble 17 would have left 24,
David, you
but
required 32.
Wazowski looking good for 2-zip.
7. Scott, you require 58.
Come on. For a steal.
Game shot on the
Oh,
second
he
leg.
really has.
Scott Taylor.
Picked his pocket, has Scott Taylor. It was a
Third leg, it's Scott to throw
17-dart
first.
breaker throw
Game on.
from David in leg 1. 17-dart breaker throw in leg 2. The break back for Scott Taylor.
The difference between that, though,
132.
is Scott Taylor didn't really look likely to hold his, where David Wazowski missed those chances, and he had a chance there too. Be what his
60.
shirt says, Wazzy's on fire, but instead it was more like Wazzy's a Chinese burn at the moment.
134. 140. 39.
He's not quite found his scoring boots in this match so far. Into the third leg, and Scott Taylor has just had
140.
3 scores of between a ton and 139. Not hit a 140 or a 180.
87.
The trend
David, you
continues,
require
and he's not going to get
161.
away with it here against Wazowski. He's going to be just a little bit too solid.
137.
24
Scott,
after
you
12.
require
For a
109.
third consecutive break of throw.
Game shot on the third leg. Scott
What
Taylor.
a finish that is from Scott Taylor. He was looking in all sorts of trouble. Produces the 109
it's
out
David to throw
and a 15-dart hold.
Game on.
Dodged a bullet there, Matt, hasn't he?
Yeah, and you could see the emotion there with that
85.
clenched fist. He knows how important that shot was. And he's now on the attack.
140.
Average is rising in this one.
45.
Decent standard, good pace. Plenty to enjoy about this game. This is game
135.
11 of 15. So you have 4 more games to go. After this one, it's Matt Jackson against Jesus Nagera. Then all the players would have played 4.
100.
Going to a final round of fixtures.
We're trying to see some kind of pattern, or the table starting to
96.
take shape, but they're just all bunched up.
I think we can forget about it really till about game 6 or 7, really,
60.
because
Scott,
they're
you
just all going
require
to keep beating each other, I
130.
think. That's the way this group's going. Shows a very...
Well, the very fact that
90.
Robert Thornton, what's he on, 6 points now, Robert?
Yeah, it's on 6.
But he's only +2 in the leg difference.
40. Scott, you require 40. Game shot on the fourth leg. Scott Taylor.
Makes it 3 on the spin. That time it
was a 13 darter. You did indicate, Matt, that the
Fifth leg, it's
levels are
Scott to throw
rising.
first. Game on.
And Scott Taylor is just shy of a 93 average right now.
He was just shy of a 93 in his last game as well in victory over Jesus Nagera. That was a 4-1 victory.
180.
Found a 180 in that game. There's his first in this one as well. So safe to say that we're starting to see the Scott Taylor that we
60.
expected to see. The Scott Taylor that recently reached a Challenge Tour semi and final on the same day.
$100.
It's actually Andy Hamilton that beat Scott Taylor in that Challenge Tour final.
60.
Andy Hamilton. Later you'll see him in Group B. Part of the lineup for Thursday and Friday evening.
Well, I was looking forward to this one equally as much as I'm looking forward
92.
to tonight's session. It is mouth-watering. And just so many unknowns, isn't there?
140. Scott, you
I
require
think that's the fun bit, isn't it,
129.
when there's a couple of question marks hanging around. Makes a more intriguing watch.
64.
Scott Taylor.
60.
65
Scott,
points
you
away
require
from
65.
moving himself to 4 points as well and really bunching up this table.
This is the big five.
You mentioned Robert Thornton's on 6 points, but he's only on a +2 legs. That's because he's not getting big victories.
41.
Scott Taylor's victory in his last game was a 4-1 victory over Jesus Nagera. And if he can get this 24 points wrapped up, it'll be another 4-1 victory,
85.
which will
Scott, you
start giving
require
him some legs.
24. Game, shots,
That is
and
legs,
the match.
and most
Scott
importantly, that is
Taylor.
points. Points are the thing we're going to be deciding it on first, and Scott Taylor now moves to 4 points, courtesy of back-to-back victories. Last game was a 4-1 against Jesus Nagera. That was with a 92.70. He's just put a little tiny bit more on that with a 93 average, but it continues the upwards trend that we say that Scott Taylor was on. And look at those checkouts from Scott Taylor. Took out a 144 in the last game, but in this game, he's took out a 109 and 100% on the doubles, 4 from 4. That is a perfect return for Scott Taylor. We've got one more game to go in this round of fixtures. That is Matt Jackson and Jesus Nagera, and that game is coming just a couple of minutes' time.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
This is indeed the MODUS Super Series, and before the break, Chris Mason said the last match would be a coin flip. Well, it came up tails, didn't it? Scott Taylor winning 4-1 against David Wazowski. A fantastic display from Taylor. 93 the average, perfect on his finishing as well, including that 109 checkout. He really has turned things around after losing his first couple of matches today, and he's very much in the mix in what is a very tight group so far. All the players have the opportunity to make it into the top two at the end of tomorrow's session. Right, moving on to the next game is Jesus Nagera against Matt Jackson. Both players were in Group A earlier this week, and Nagera got the better of Jackson when the pair met on Monday. But Matt Jackson, well, he's bounced back and has had the better of things the last couple of days against Jesus Nagera. He beat him 4-3 on both Tuesday and Wednesday. The ADC ranking leader looking to make it through to finals night with a better showing over the last couple of days this week, having found his feet on the first three. So, will it be a hat-trick for Action Jackson, or will we see a Spain reaction? Let's find out.
Smooth, Murph. Smooth. Well, they make Jesus a very lively-looking 8-13 favourite, despite Matt Jackson winning their last two meetings, but it was by the narrowest of margins, wasn't it, Matt? 4-3 on both occasions.
Yeah, and Matt Jackson's wins tend to be of that scoreline. He got that victory today, didn't he, against Scott Taylor 4-3. He went down to Robert Thornton 4-3, but the thing that's impressing me today about Matt Jackson is the ability to find something under duress. In those games, he's been against the throw, but he's got himself into a position where he could potentially win the leg against Robert Thornton due to that 171 maximum visit. And against Scott Taylor, he found a 180 in the last leg as well, so we've said before he's starting to show us signs. He's starting to show us more signs of the player that he actually is today.
Yeah, absolutely.
First leg, it's Matt to throw first.
It's all about
game on.
Negating the environment and the negatives that were created from a very disappointing opening 3 days. But for me, he looks a completely different player today. And there's another example of it. He's hit a lot of 180s.
And that means there's been a lot of opportunity for you to say it, and you've not gone for it once.
57.
If he hits 1 year, I will. Oh, sorry, Matt.
91.
He was quoted as 6-5. Matt Jackson to win this match.
60.
Spoke on it many times that there's no real middle ground with Nagera.
Oh yeah, if I was a betting
95.
man, I would heavily avoid Jesus Nagera games because, I mean, just look at the contrast we've seen today. We've seen him throw a 97 average, and we've seen him throw a 79 average.
Again, you picked
27.
up on that over the course of the 3 days, that massive void of highs and lows.
The range.
Yeah, the range.
The range between the lowest and the highest.
57.
On day, across the 2 days, Monday and Tuesday, we had a 24-point range. In today, we're about an 18-point range already, and he's played 3 matches.
And he is from a mountainous region of Alicante, so it makes sense, doesn't it? No real level ground there. Double 12 for a 14.
Game
Beautiful.
on the first leg.
Matt Jackson. A 14-dart hold to get this one underway, and just want to see him build on that now and really
Second leg,
kick
it's
on
Jesus
and
to throw first. Game on.
maybe just for his own sanity, hand out a bit of a thumping.
I said, well, he's been showing signs. There are more signs of
140.
the player that is top of the ADC ranking, the player that has won 30 titles this season.
And it was
60.
safe to say there was more negatives than positives over the opening 3 days of Group A, but there's certainly more positives than negatives on the opening day of Group C.
It's how you, as an individual, react to them. If you can have as many
140.
negatives as you want, but if you can just deflect them off, where I did fear the worst for Matt Jackson coming into today, because it seemed like the blows was landing.
Yeah, he was hurting. He was hurting, and like I've said many times before, it's more of a you get embarrassed. There's no better way of putting it. You just get embarrassed, and then
47.
you just don't feel like you want to play. It's a horrible situation to be in.
65. $134.
Perfect example of that range of Nagera after
58.
the opening leg.
Jesus, you require 40.
It looks like we're on for a second holder throw, but a second completely uncontested holder throw.
30.
Matt Jackson a long way back.
And I tell you what, Matt will be thinking, well, if I was on a double, you wouldn't have missed.
98. Jesus, you require 10. Game shot on the second leg. Jesus Nagera.
Was comfortable enough in the end. A 16-dart hold levels things up at one apiece.
Third leg, it's Matt to throw first. $140.
Waiting for
134.
someone to stake their claim in winning this group. Maybe
56.
Robert Thornton has sort of done that. He's won 3 out of 4 so far. He's pretty much halfway there, isn't he?
Also keep your eye on Scott
64.
Taylor, someone we thought of at the very start of the day would be taking potentially that second place to Robert Thornton, who has really warmed to the task as the day has gone on.
134.
He's got better and stronger as it's gone, and he's starting to find more power scores. He just had 100% on the finishers. He is making a move.
Yeah, and he plays Crabtree.
84.
In our match to follow this one, a win there for Scott Taylor, and he will join Thornton on 6 points.
131.
Tops after 12, another rock solid leg. 140, 56, 134, 131. The scoring visits for Matt Jackson.
139. Matt, you require 40. Game shot on the third leg.
Oh, both of
Matt
his legs,
Jackson.
Matt, have been won. 14 darts. That's how you hold throw.
Fourth leg, it's Hayes to throw first. Game on.
Look at the context, haven't you? And then sometimes you've got to look a little bit deeper as well, and just look at the clues that we're getting. And
140.
I think it'd be safe to say that Matt Jackson, if he carries on this sort of trend, we're going to see his best tomorrow. And when I say his best, I mean his best all-round gelled performance, because he has shown signs. He's shown we've got the ingredients. He's just not put them all in the same mixing bowl at the same time.
140. $43.
Like a bricklayer who's just turned up with a load of bricks but nothing to stick them together with.
Yeah, no mortar. I think one with this from Nagera. 140, 140, 180.
180.
Another strong leg on throw.
43. Jesus, you require 41.
For another 11 darter.
25.
Again, missing when Matt's not on and out. Gotta go ball.
105. Jesus requires 16.
Just in case.
Game
170
shot in the
from
fourth leg.
Nagera, and that's
Jesus Nagera.
a 13 dart hold. So the winning legs in this match so far, 14 and 14 for Matt Jackson, 16 and 13
Fifth leg, it's Matt to throw first.
for Nagera.
$60.
There's been no contest at the moment in terms of a challenge of a
100.
break of throw. That continues, Matt Jackson will win. As there will be no ball up, it just goes straight through
63.
to 4 legs, and there's your winner. But Matt Jackson is offering an opportunity here that Jesus can find a couple of trebles. And I don't mean those
40.
fives. I mean big trebles. Could have bought himself an opportunity.
Huge visit here.
60.
Now this could get punished. Got away with it the last time. Gonna get away with it here, isn't he?
In games like this that tend to be a bit like a roller coaster, like we are, we're very good on our throw, weak against. Good on,
81.
there tends to become a leg where we have 9 to 12 darts where it's just nervy and edgy. I think that's what we're watching right now.
83.
Totally agree. Both players understanding the magnitude of this fifth leg for differing reasons.
60.
Well, Jesus, if he loses this, he knows it's going to be perfect from there. It needs to be a break and a hold. And Matt Jackson, if he wins this leg,
140.
he knows he's got almost a free shot against the throw, and then he's got the advantage of throwing first. So he can almost have a bit of a settler almost in that leg.
Yeah, I've done it myself personally, where you just almost use it as a prep leg. If you win it, it's a bonus. If you don't, it allows you to play with, oh, look at this, tops. It allows you to play with a bit of freedom,
Jesus should
trying to get the break.
80.
If he stays straight, he gets a dart of tops. Might have to move.
60.
He stepped back and then reset in the same
required
position.
20.
That seemed like a strange tactic there from Jesus.
Agreed.
15.
Opportunity has come and gone for Matt Jackson. Jesus takes this in
Jesus
first for the
required
match.
20.
And that will put him level with Robert Thornton.
From Scott
Game
Taylor.
shot on the
And we'll
fifth
have
leg.
3
Jesus
players
Nagera.
locked on 6 points. That is the first break of throw.
Sixth leg, it's Jesus to throw first. Game on. $100.
Matt Jackson has dug deep a couple of times today, especially at 3-3.
140.
This is a similar sort of thing in the fact that he is literally 1 leg away from losing the match, and he's faced against the throw. The difference this time is if he
140.
does get over the line, he's going to have to hold his throw in order to pick up the points. But he seems to be producing under the severest of pressure today,
97.
which again is a very good sign to the improvement level we've seen on him compared to the Matt Jackson of Group A.
91.
He's gutsy. He left himself a
55.
little bit too much
Jesus
to
should
do.
require 170.
No 170 this time from Nagera.
55.
Although that's opened the door for Jackson.
59. Jesus, you require 115.
Should be down, really. Ball or treble 19. This is the problem. Double 19.
77. Matt, you require 150.
Whitlock time.
I think he might go a bit more traditional. Attempts the more traditional route, but this ain't over.
98.
Jesus is on a bit of a tricky double. And the split down isn't nice for this either.
Game, shot,
it's not a
and the
problem
match.
for Jesus Nagera, who recovers his situation. He wasn't at his best in his last game, 4-1 defeat to Scott Taylor, but recovers that well in beating Matt Jackson. 4 legs to 2, and that completes our 4th round of fixtures. We will see Jesus Nagera again in what is going to be a big game in just a couple of games' time when he takes on Robert Thornton. That is 2 players who have had a good campaign so far today. So a top-of-the-table clash there. But Scott Taylor is going to have an opportunity first to join those on 6 as he takes on Cam Crabtree.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where things are pretty tight in Group C, the first day of play here. We've just seen Jesus Nagera, though, pick up another victory. He's seen off Matt Jackson 4-2. The pair now tied 2-2 in their head-to-head this week, having both been in Group A. Nagera averaging just shy of 90, 6 140s in there, plus a 180, and winning on that double 19 in the end. We'll take a look to see how it affects the Group C table right now. As I said, pretty congested, but Nagera has joined Robert Thornton on 6 points. Taylor and Wazowski on 4 in the middle, and Crabtree and Jackson both have 1 win apiece, so will be pretty determined to win their final match to keep themselves firmly in the race. Big games for the pair of them coming up, and Cam Crabtree's is coming next. He takes on Scott Taylor in what has been a contrasting day for the pair of them. A slow start for Taylor. He then won his next 2 matches, including victory against Jesus Nagera, which we can see here. Just like That previous match, he went for the double 19, didn't hit it, but ended up on double 1. Pretty safe start there, making sure he didn't bust with a second one, and it worked a treat for Taylor. As for Crabtree, well, he had that stunning performance in game 1, but has lost all 3 of his games since, despite taking out this 90 to win the first leg against David Wazowski. So, will the Taylor Tungsten turnaround continue, or can Cam Crabtree bookend his day with dazzling displays? Back to Chris Mason and Matthew Edgar.
Cheers, Murph. Yes, another fascinating little contest awaits. Impressed with Scott Taylor. He's just stuck to his task, hasn't he? He didn't panic early when things didn't go his way, and he's on the verge of making it 3 from the 5 matches played and moving on to 6 points with Jesus and Robert Thornton, and that puts him right in the mix.
Yeah, it's where we expect him to be by the end of it. I suppose every journey's different, isn't it? You can sometimes start really well and tail off, like we've seen
Scott to throw first
in other groups, or you can grow into the task, which is what sort of Scott Taylor's doing here. And
it's not how you get there, mate, is it?
Exactly.
It's getting to that destination.
Complete the journey. His last 2 averages have been very well towards that.
96.
One was exactly 93 and one was just a fraction under the 93. Which, if we look at what he's been doing in other places, such as the PDC
81.
Challenge Tour, he has 92, 95, 93, 98, 97, all within those last couple of events and against
46.
quality opposition and winning averages.
Yeah, he's playing to type. And over a similar format, of course.
60.
He did have
140.
opportunities in that game with Robert Thornton. Could have levelled that one up.
Yep.
And against Matt Jackson, it went to a last leg. He had the throw in that he opened with 140. You'd think that would be 70% of the job done, but Matt Jackson found a maximum and brought it back and
59.
picked his pocket. He missed those darts at the double 7 for the match.
Yep. I mean, incredible to think that
99.
really
Scott, you
started
require 160.
put the graft into the darts during lockdown, and now he's averaging, I think you got a message, didn't you, of
Game shot on the first leg.
somebody saying
Scott
he was
Taylor.
averaging around 45.50. That's a lovely 160 out.
Second leg, it's Cam to throw first.
So I
Game
mentioned
on.
about Scott Taylor. He's sort of warming to the task. A 144 finish earlier, and now he's added a 160 to that column. But yeah, it was James Turner dropped me a message on my Twitter at the Edgar
91.
501 saying that he's one of the sponsors for Cam, and that yeah, he picked him up during sort of the COVID period. He was averaging
81.
around 45 at that period of time. So that is some rise to go from 45 to where we're seeing him regularly sort of around about the 80 mark.
100.
With potential
He's
to do
almost-
ridiculous things on occasion.
Yeah. And his running average is very similar to Scott
85.
Taylor here, around about 87 for the day. Obviously, that massive 115 has
100.
assisted. But it is this man that is the more consistent of the two.
180.
But yeah, that's some improvement. From averaging 45 about 3 years ago to averaging
140.
70 points
Scott, you
more.
require 155.
And if his rate of improvement continues, my goodness, how far can he go?
139. Cam, you require
119.
70.
In darting terms, he's in his infancy.
Game shot on the second
I'm
leg.
seeing
Cam Crabtree.
examples of that obvious ability. Because that was a 15 dart
Third leg,
response.
it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Just get the feeling here Scott Taylor's in the mood.
135.
Be quite happy to play all day and then play in Group B tonight. Don't forget, set your planners
57.
if you're watching at home. We're back at 10 p.m. this evening for a fascinating looking Group B. Includes
50.
Martin Adams and Andy Hamilton, who came through Group A.
60.
Interesting just watching Scott Taylor there from that side angle, which we just had there. If you watch his hand, it's as if he's saying, stop, 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 right, stop, stop. You know when you put your hand up as well to say...
Yeah, to calm, or maybe it's a stability thing. If you're watching on YouTube, make sure you subscribe and hit that notification bell. Give us a thumbs up. We'll send you an alert just prior to us going live this evening, so you don't miss any of the action.
Good lineup as well this evening. Take your pick from this lot. Andy Hamilton, who qualified through Group A. Martin Adams, who qualified through Group A, winning 5 out of 5 games yesterday. They are joined by Justin Smith, the bearded dragon, young man from Wales who can certainly put some power scoring
96.
in. Lee Cox, London County captain, and Stephen Burton, who dropped his dart down the smoke machine.
121.
Amongst other
Yeah,
accolades.
there's probably more highlights than that, to be fair, but...
It was his face. He sort of looked down, looked at the refs, looked around.
60.
So here's an opportunity
67.
for Crabtree to break through and lead 2-1. Double 16.
Game shot on the third
Clinical.
leg. Cam Crabtree.
Back-to-back legs for Cam Crabtree. A 15-dart hold followed by an 18-dart breaker throw. Plenty to think about.
Fourth leg, it's Cam to throw
Scott Taylor.
first. Game on.
One of the impressive traits of
46.
Mr. Crabtree today has definitely been the outer ring and those combination finishes. They've been superb.
Yeah.
100.
Yeah, tonight's matches actually start with Andy Hamilton against Justin Smith, and it is Adams against Stephen Burton. Hamilton returns
85.
against Lee Cox. Smith against Adams, Burton against Cox, Hamilton against Adams, Smith against Burton, Adams against Cox, Burton against Hamilton,
140.
and then Lee Cox against Justin Smith will be our final match.
60.
Martin Adams is the
140.
11-5 favourite to win Group B. Hamilton 13-5. Burton 11-4. I like that.
95.
think
Scott,
he's
you require
overpriced there at
121.
96 remaining. Double 18.
103.
It was a 160 finish that got his first leg on the board. He's been taking a few big finishes out today. 144 in victory over Jesus Nagera.
105. Scott, you require 18.
Looks dangerous.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
When it comes
Scott
to the big
Taylor.
outs. But he has just levelled up the game. He's got the advantage of throw back. He's averaging 100. This is why
Fifth leg, it's Scott to throw
I
first.
personally think
Game
he is
on.
one of the players that's going to get through this group because he just seems to be able to find that little bit extra when it's needed.
It was another
58.
Jackson reference with dangerous. Can't believe we missed that one out.
140.
I can't believe it took us till day 3 yesterday to bring up the man in the mirror.
96.
This was a football match. One of them would need to wear a bib.
140.
Because colours very similar, just in a different swirl.
Oh, no. Oh, I was thinking about something else. There's actually a time, believe it or not, where
100.
Tommy Cox brought in a rule that you couldn't wear the same colour shirt, and the higher ranked player had the first pick of what colour they were going to wear.
57.
He said it was to make sure the viewer recognised who was who.
140. Cam, you require 164. 64. Scott, you require 107.
A player so young as well and so inexperienced. He certainly has the numbers side of the game on point.
67.
Oh, he's at tops, doesn't he? Tops.
Cam, you require 100. 60. Scott, you
Put
require
himself
40.
one away.
Game shot on the
Taylor
fifth
is
leg. Scott
Clinical
Taylor.
once again, 100% in his last game. And 3 from 4 in this, including a 160 out.
Yeah, that's some high
Sixth leg,
quality
it's Cam to
fishing.
throw first.
Finishing.
Game on.
It's all that. Look at the crabs and stuff. His average at the moment is 99.28. Scott Taylor.
26.
And an early mistake will be music to the ears, hearing Kolstefin call out 26.
26.
Oh dear.
Just thinking
Well,
sometimes.
that mirrored it, man.
Sometimes you watch a game and you have an opinion on a game, and someone say to you,
85.
"What game were you watching?" It's almost like, "What sport are you watching now?" With a bit of the fishing, like Scott Taylor sat on the edge of the stage trying to cast into the Portsmouth Sea.
140.
Actually, the 170 is often referred to as the big fish,
Yeah.
so one of these might go fishing at the end of the leg.
We do
140.
have our annual fishing experience, of course. I take part in. Actually won the team gold a couple of years ago before.
64.
Well, we actually took the title from Barry Hearn, which was a wonderful experience. I remind him of it often. I will just occasionally send him a text message saying, "Can you remember the fishing?"
57. Cam, you require 110. Game shot on the sixth leg.
Just from
Cam
that other angle,
Crabtree.
you can see Cam finding the double. And we go to a decider. This is a
7th and
big
final
leg
leg.
for
It's
both,
Scott
isn't
to
it?
throw first. Game
What did I
on.
say about those combination finishes? He seems pretty good on those. Scott Taylor has gone to a last leg decider today
60.
already. That was against Matt Jackson, and it was a defeat, despite the fact he threw first in that one. So he's gone the distance. He doesn't have a positive experience to draw on.
41.
These numbers, they're very impressive, aren't they? We've had finishes of 110, 160. Those players, 3 from 4, 75%.
$44.
6 starts without a treble. That will normally cost you dear.
50.
Welcome to the Nerve Factory. The player finding the best in the first exchanges. Sort of, if a player can find a 140,
60.
that would be pretty much job done.
It's something that Cam will learn over the years of how to control the anxiety and the nerves and just create that
137.
default throw that will allow you to operate in these situations.
So the 140 would be what they're looking for to close it.
60.
137's just as good. Scott Taylor has given himself a nice big cushion.
85.
Despite the loose start, we've got plenty of time on his hands.
Well, he's asking Cam to. I don't.
96.
Maybe he didn't have any choice, but I
Scott,
don't
you
like that
require
shot because
83.
Even the 134 wouldn't have left a finish. He'd have been stranded on 162, giving Taylor 6 at 83. He may only need the 3. He does only need the 3.
And the match.
And it
Scott
is
Taylor.
Scott Taylor who ends his day on 6 points. He lost his opening 2 matches. He has responded absolutely brilliantly. He moves on to 6 points plus 4. Cam's day's over with just that 1 win, but what a way to win it was. There's the numbers: 93.38 for Taylor, 1.180, 6 140s, finishing absolutely top quality from both. When we come back, penultimate match of this session in Group C, and it's Jesus Nagera against Robert Thornton.
Hi there, welcome back to the action here at the MODUS Super Series, where we've just seen Scott Taylor get the better of Cam Crabtree in the pair's last match of the day, and it completes that turnaround for Taylor, who lost his first 2 games but has won his last 3, put himself firmly in the race to make it through to finals night. 160 checkout in a 4-3 success over Crabtree, who started with an incredible performance today, 115 average in his first match, a 4-0 victory. But since then, he's lost every single match with an average in the 80s. By the way, you can check out that match in full at our YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and click the notification bell. Chris Mason and Matt Edgar will explain all that kind of thing, I'm sure, during commentary of the next one, which is a top of the table tussle. Now we can see that league table now. Robert Thornton taking on Jesus Nagera. Both of them tied on 6 points with Scott Taylor, of course, but whoever wins this match will end the day at the peak of the pile on 8 and will be looking in good shape to progress through to finals night to join Thibaut Tricol, who won Group A. Nagera and Thornton have met already, of course. They both played in Group A. They met 3 times this week. The Spaniard taking out a fabulous 104 checkout against Robert Thornton, but it didn't help him to victory. In fact, Thornton has won every single one of their Super Series meetings, 3 this week and 2 previously, and he's shown some good stuff today, including that 156 to condemn Cam Crabtree to another defeat. So some fantastic stuff from Thornton, who really has been a thorn in the side of Nagera. As I said, he's beaten him every time they've met here at the Super Series, and he is looking to beat him again to go top of the table. So who will win the day? Will it be a reign for Spain or a crown of thorns? Let battle commence.
Thanks, Murph. And as you
So wonderfully put. It is 5 from 5 for Thornton against Jesus Nagera. And they've priced this one up a little bizarrely for me. Looking at the record, looking at the form today, 8 to 11 Thornton. Nagera, even money.
I think I've got to stand by what I said, though, in the last game when Jesus Nagera played and said if I was a betting man, I don't think you'd really want to be getting involved. We've seen him up by the 97 average today, and we've seen him down in the 79s. Seen a range of performance from him this week, scanning over.
First leg, it's Jesus to throw first. Game on.
Which Jesus Nagera will turn up in this one? There's one thing. You'll certainly always get an interesting ride if you're back in Jesus Nagera.
97.
I can't see nothing but a Thornton win, personally. But time will tell.
140.
It's the only result that this fixture's ever thrown up. They played each other in Phase 2, Week 2, Group A. That was when we only did the Tuesday and the Wednesday. Robert Thornton winning both of those. 4-3 and 4-1.
100.
This week, Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, they both took part in Group A. Robert Thornton winning 4-2, 4-1 and 4-3.
55.
Combined amount of legs, Jesus Nagera in 5 attempts. 10 legs against Robert Thornton.
54.
Sometimes there's just something about a player you don't like. The pace of the game, the mannerisms of the game, and actually looking at the performances of Jesus, the best he's managed to put together so far is a 91 when he's played Robert Thornton.
Yeah, that's, for him, relatively low. I totally agree with you. You get some players
60.
that you just don't
Robert,
like
you
playing
require
against. You just don't get used to their
167.
rhythm, or something that they do just rattles you a little bit.
60.
Who was your bogey player?
Oh, there was a few. Probably Van Gerwen was a bit.
100. Robert, you require 107.
A player that you felt that you were of equal, you know, around a similar ability, but that you just couldn't get to grips with.
Jamie Caven.
Oh, interesting.
59. Jesus, you require 90.
I had two, really. Kevin Painter and Terry Jenkins.
Game shot on the first leg. Jesus Nagera.
Holds in the end. An 18 darter with a 90 checkout. And ironically, the
second leg, it's Robert to
throw
throw first.
As you do with Kevin Painter. And I remember going to March in Cambridge. Club, some very close friends of his ran at the time, and he had a lovely stage area there just for him to practice on. And he was coming up to the World, so we decided to plan this proper practice session over 11 sets.
48.
And I beat him 6 sets to 1 and hit a 9 darter. Yet the only time we ever played on the World Championship stage, he absolutely pumped
140. $60.
So
41.
patterns and upwards curves, and we're in what can be known as Robert Thornton time. If we take Group A as a guide, Robert Thornton, when we got to the back end of the day, was getting better.
100.
He did that in Game 10. That was the last time we saw him. Crabtree went down 4-2 to Robert Thornton, who had a 93.64 average. Took out 156 finish as well. And game before that was a 4-3 victory over Matt Jackson. So he's following the trend at the moment of getting better around this time of day.
Robert, you require 154.
So it wasn't the gas. I didn't order some Thornton chocolates for Christmas this morning, and I thought, well, I'll back Thornton in this one.
44.
You would think anything around the 90 mark at the moment would be just about enough to take care of Jesus Nagera.
100. Robert, you
important
require
final dart.
110. Game shot on the second leg.
Beautiful finish
Robert Thornton.
from Robert Thornton. 110 out. Putting quite the highlights reel together
Third leg, it's
today
Jesus
of
to throw first.
quality
Game
finishing.
on.
But what is that thumbnail? What is that picture? What is that front cover that Robert Thornton is going to want on that highlight package? And that is the league table with him at the top.
140.
Absolutely. Wins this, he moves on to 8 points. He's
100.
over halfway there. I think another 3 wins tomorrow. If he can win this one, we'll see him into Saturday night's final.
55.
He has took one defeat today. That was in game 4 against David Wawrzewski. Was he with
100.
4 out of 5 on his doubles in that game? Robert Thornton wasn't an under par performance from him, a 90 average in that one.
And Moses' timing in that
94.
was exemplary, wasn't it?
$140.
As luck today for Thornton. Here's the 180s.
$100.
Trying to
Robert, you
pressure a
require
break here.
161.
Would have left 32.
Jesus,
And he
you
moved
require
right. And he didn't move
112.
back. He kept his feet position in the same place.
You say he's pressuring the break. He's going to have an opportunity
41.
to achieve
Robert,
the
you
break
require
now. 82
82.
points away from that. 17 for tops. The 2-1.
Game shot on the third
He's
leg.
absolutely
Robert
pinning
Thornton.
tops, isn't he? 2 out of 2 on double top at the moment. And that was a 15 dart break of throw.
Fourth leg,
2-1
it's Robert
lead.
to throw first. Game on.
I said the 180s were lacking and right on cue. Robert Thornton pops in a max. That is first of the day.
He got
81
in his game with Crabtree. I think that's only his second.
Wow. He loves a max.
121. $100.
It's just the one today prior to that. He's opening 3 matches of the day. He didn't have a single
85.
max.
Yep, I have to double check that because sounds like a bonkers stat, but that is only his second
100. Robert, you
maximum of
require
the day.
115.
I'm amazed at that shot for that very reason.
59.
He will go 16 tops when he returns.
We've got the luxury of time due to that 180.
100.
and that
Robert, you
1-2-1
require
follow-up.
56.
He's been finding tops lovely. You like tops, you're going to like tens.
36.
First dart at a double he's missed. and the
Jesus, you
first dart
require
at tops he's missed.
120.
Speaking of people who like tops, Jesus likes a bit of tops himself. He'd love to have had a
100.
go at it, but by not
Robert, you
getting the treble
require
20 with the
20.
first 2 darts, he will not get a
Game
poke
shot
at
on the
that, and
fourth
he's now
leg.
just gone
Robert
3-1 down.
Thornton.
Robert Thornton pushing himself 1 away from the win and 1 away from having a pretty good start to Group C. This will be 4 wins from 5
Jesus to
and
throw
8
first.
points.
Game
Remember,
on.
we said that you've got to be looking around about the 14 points to be competitive from getting through this group. Which would mean tomorrow, 3 from 5 would put him
58.
in the running.
Well, the way this group has been so far, I think 3 tomorrow would be
96.
pretty nailed on to get at least second spot minimum. It's going to be a group where a lot of the players, maybe below the
140.
top 2 or 3, are just going to beat each other. As we've seen today.
96. 58.
Should be ball.
139.
It is.
Well, you mentioned the last game.
100. Robert,
He
you
was watching a bit
require
of fishing.
170.
Thornton might go fishing for the big fish here, the 170.
28.
Made an absolute
Jesus, you
mess of
require
it.
Well, it was a wonderful
145.
setup, wasn't it? And just capitulated. Treble 15. The tops for a 145.
125. Robert, you require 142.
That has sat nicely. Don't blame him at all for trying to follow that in. That was a good dart.
Yeah, look at the room. You only had to get somewhere near that dart. And it would have
84.
drawn it into the
Jesus, you require 20.
red bit. Looking like Thornton's going to have to serve this one out.
No
Ooh.
score.
Big
Robert, you
pressure on those
require
3 darts. That was to keep the
58.
game alive. This is to finish it off.
38. Jesus, you require 20.
Another opportunity for Jesus. And he's bust.
No score.
He
Oh,
slipped in the wrong bed. Goldilocks, as Paul Nicholson was saying
Robert, you require
a couple
20.
of weeks ago.
Game, shot,
Well,
and
Robert
the match.
Thornton
Robert
eventually
Thornton.
gets over the line, made harder work of it. None was necessary, but it is a 4-1 win. Jesus stays on 6 points plus 3. Robert Thornton moves on to 8 points and plus 5. He will be our overnight leader. There's the numbers, 87.75 for Thornton, 4 out of 9 on the doubles, and that lovely 110 out. Our final match of the session up next. David Wazowski against Matt Jackson.
Hi there, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where I'm delighted to be joined by Robert Thornton, who's just won his 4th of his 5 matches today. Robert, we'll take a look at the stats from that game and have a little chat about the week so far after that. But decent enough stuff against Jesus, who you know you've beaten every time you've met him, 6 times out of 6.
Well, that's nice to know, isn't it? But it was steady. I mean, I've been playing steady the last couple of days, and today there was a little bit more snap in my darts, and I've been happy with it.
We'll have a look at the league table as well. It'll be nice viewing for you, Robert, because you're sitting at the top of it. That's where you want to be. And after a, in your own words, disastrous day on Monday, you've really kicked on since then, haven't you?
Yeah, I mean, Monday was disastrous, and then Tuesday I kind of started finding a little rhythm. Wednesday I kind of kicked in a little bit, and today it's kicked in a bit more. And I think what helps is the group here is there's no slow players in it.
Yeah.
So you get in a nice rhythm, so you can just keep playing the way you want to play.
Yeah, it really has rattled along quickly, this group. Look, are you annoyed to be here? Not Studio talking to me, but in this group rather than playing tonight, because you missed out by a couple of legs, didn't you?
To be honest with you, no. I'm actually quite happy because I've been used to playing the mornings all week, so why change it now?
And what you've done today is put yourself in a perfect position to go and make it through to finals night. If you do anything like you've done today again tomorrow, then you'll be there, won't you?
Yeah, well, I hope so. I mean, if I can keep the form going, I'll be quite happy with that.
I do want to ask you about the last time you were at finals night, because you did miss match starts, didn't you, against Peter Jakes? It must have been very disappointing not to be at the first Champions Week.
It kind of killed me a bit. I mean, I know I played better, and it kind of knocked me on it a little bit. But it's made me practice a little bit more, so it made me prepare a bit.
Well, he's got another chance to get to Champions Week this time. He's in a good position to make it through to finals night. We'll see Robert Thornton, the World Seniors champion, here again tomorrow. But we've got one last match for today. It is David Wazowski against Matt Jackson, an important match for them. But before we go into it, I want to ask the boys in the commentary and the viewers at home a little bit of fun. We'll do it via the MODUS Super Series Twitter. The England squad announcement, I should say this quietly with a Scotsman next to me, but the England squad announcement for the World Cup is imminent. I want to know your 12-man Super Series squad, so the 12 players that are eligible for the Super Series that you would have in your lineup, and would this man be in it? What do you make of that, Mason, Matt?
Hell no.
Yeah, absolutely. He was one of my first picks on the list. I definitely have a bit of chocolate in there, especially coming up to Christmas. I've just been trying to make some notes. I definitely have Chaz Barstow, and I definitely have Phil Taylor in there. I definitely have the 3 ladies at the moment in Lisa, Bo, and Fallon. I have Martin Adams in there, David Cameron, not Terry Jenkins. I have in there Josh Payne, Scott Williams. He's eligible right now. Graham Usher. Bit of youth. I put Nathan Gervin in there, who's produced some lovely darts in his time here, of course.
First leg, it's David to throw
Any
first.
in there that you'd pick?
Game
I
on.
haven't.
I think you've took most off my shortlist, but when you said a bit of youth, the first person that came to my head who's not got a tour card was Sebastian
53.
Bileski.
Ooh, yeah. Yeah, I like that.
68.
I have had so many, of course. I wouldn't mind the couple of French guys in there as well. Thibault.
75.
Thibault might be in the ultimate lineup. If he can get through Saturday, he'll be in
100.
the big lineup for the 20 bags at the end. £5,000 available
45.
this Saturday. He'll be the first player through to that lineup. We'll get 2 from this group, Group C. Robert Thornton's got 1 foot kind of through that door at the moment.
99.
But do get involved at MSS Darts on Twitter. Give us your ultimate lineup. Remember, it can only be players who
60.
do not currently have a tour card. Give us your ultimate lineup of 12. We'll try and make it happen.
80. 160. Matt, you require 154. $43.
Possibly throw a bit of John Part in there.
Yeah, good shout. I'd like that one.
140.
Three-time
Matt, you require
champion of the world, John
111.
Part. One of the only, or is the only person, I think, to do it in 3 different venues. Lakeside,
57.
Ali Pally.
David, you require 68.
Yes.
John Lowe did it in 3 different decades, of course.
Game shot on the first leg. David Wazowski.
Piles on the pain for Matt Jackson.
Second leg, it's Matt to throw first.
I wonder if we could get
27.
12 major winners from the past that don't have tour cards to who still play.
100.
Of course, Bob Anderson.
Robert Thornton would be one of those. He's had 2 titles to his name.
Absolutely.
37.
Martin Adams. Here tonight in Group B. He's got a few titles to his name. A few stars on the shirt.
140. $59.
Andy Hamilton always come very close to getting a star himself, didn't he? Was it 2012 against Adrian Lewis in that
91.
final? Just 1 game away from a world championship.
26. David, you require 170. $40. 100. David, you require 130.
Double his lead. Doesn't have to go for this, of course, with Matt back on 252.
94.
David has the opportunity here to join
100.
Scott Taylor
David,
and
you require
Jesus
36.
Nagera on 6 points and keep himself well in the mix. And
Game shot on the second
mathematically,
leg.
of course, the other
David
players have
Wazowski.
still got an opportunity, but with Cam and Matt cast adrift just on 2 points each, I think it's
Third leg,
unlikely
it's David to throw
for
first.
either of them to finish
Game
in
on.
the required top 2 spots. Remember, it is the top 2 only from Group C to join Thibaut Tricol, who's safely through to the
83.
final Saturday night, and the top 3 from tonight's Group B, which will be completed tomorrow night, as
22.
will this group.
100.
Wazzy is the only player to get a victory over Robert Thornton so far. That came in game 4.
59.
4-1 victory there for him. He also picked up another victory later on against Cam Crabtree.
140.
Easy to say. Started his day off with defeat, actually, David Wazowski.
84.
Lost to Jesus Nagera. He took a 1-0 lead, then lost the next 4 legs. So very good resistance there. But we've said all along, haven't we? There's
94.
not really any levels or gears to Wazzy's game. He's just straight across the board. Doesn't really react to what's going on. It's all process.
55.
Yeah,
David,
I
you
like
require
it.
84.
I like the fact of the lack of mannerisms. He just goes about his business. He does remind me of a bit of a Graham Usher. They just
72.
get on with it, don't they?
$180. David, you require 12.
Jackson.
He's hit a few of those
Game
today as
shot on
well,
the
hasn't
third
he?
leg. David Wazowski.
As David Wazowski takes a 3-0 lead.
Fourth leg, it's Matt to throw first.
Can he carry that on? Is that the
131.
spark that Matt Jackson needed to get himself back into this game? David Wawrzewski finds a 180 of his own.
Super reply.
80.
You might need to double check this one for me, but I make that.
81.
Was his first max of the day.
Wow.
What a time to bring it to the table, though, when you're trying to close in on a 4-0 victory in your last game.
And it won't do his leg difference any harm either, will it?
The 2 games he's lost today are both 4-1. Scott Taylor and Jesus Nagera taking those victories against him. But he opened with a max, and he closes out with an incredible 140 finish, 60 tops. Matt Jackson looks behind, he's looking up, he's thinking, what is going on? Why always me? People seem to dig some things out against him, but what an incredible finish there to the match for David Wawrzewski. He said he's going steady along the pace and found something very, very special there. He's put amazed on his collar, and he's amazed us all with that leg. 180 to open it and a 140 to finish tops, a 92 average, and that 4-0 lead, or that 4-0 win there for David Wawrzewski has just put him in the mix in relation to the league table, because the legs column is going to look a little bit healthier now for David Wawrzewski, who ends the day on 6 points and certainly is in the running to qualify through Group C.
Thanks, Matt. Yes, he is certainly in the running. And what a way to end the day. Tops of the 140.
Yeah, end the day on a bit of a highlight reel, a 4-0 win, which will do his leg difference no harm, of course, going into tomorrow. And that's kept him right in the mix. For me, Cam and Matt are just too far adrift now.
Well, let's see that league table and get confirmation of where the players are at. Matt Jackson and Cam Crabtree both on 2 points rather. Cam Crabtree as well after that stunning performance to start with. 3 players on 6, but then Robert Thornton in the best position of all, but not through because of the chasing pack.
Yeah, absolutely. Still work to do, but he's got 1 foot in there, and then it's down to the 3 of Taylor, Nagera and Wazowski to try and find a couple of wins tomorrow. But we had a feeling, me and Matt, early on that this might come down to leg difference, possibly for maybe both spots, but you'd think certainly for second place, because they just seem to be just all beating each other. And of course, we've seen from Jackson and from Cam that they can play at a very high level, especially Cam with that wonderful 115 plus average today, that they may become spoilers.
Yeah, you and Matthew Edgar both agreed it might be Robert Thornton and Scott Taylor, the 2 favourites at the start of the day. You're looking like mugs a little bit, weren't you? But it looks like it could be turning round to the way you tipped it up.
Yeah, it's sort of panned out, hasn't it? It sort of levelled itself out in the end. There was a few surprises early, and a few players didn't get out the gate quite quickly enough. But ultimately, it's panned out. I was impressed with Taylor as well. He lost his first couple of games and then reeled off 3 on the spin, which we've seen from other players. You lose a couple of opening games. It's tough to find that drive to get back in it. But he's played well to win the final 3 matches of the day.
All to play for in Group C. And Group B gets underway this evening. We'll just take a quick look at the group graphic. Thibaut Treacle already through to finals night. You've just seen the state of play in Group C. But Group B has some very interesting names in it, none more so than Andy Hamilton and Martin Adams. Yeah,
absolutely. And they, of course, have the advantage of having 3 days on the board, three days of board time already. So they're well practiced to come in tonight. But for me, I like Stephen Burton. I think he's 3rd or 4th favourite to win that group. And he's got experience here. You know, he was here early on. He's had a lot of experience at the other venue. And I think he might catch the rest of them napping. I've been impressed with Andy Hamilton this week, I have to say. And Martin Adams yesterday. If he can carry that over to the next couple of days, he could also be well in the mix.
Yeah, and he's been complaining of a bad shoulder, a bad leg, everything.
Wish I could play like that at 66
exactly.
with the bad shoulder.
Maybe that bit of time off might
suit
him.
Well, we did say that yesterday. We both agreed on that yesterday, that it would do him no harm at all. He got away relatively early yesterday, so he's had all of yesterday, all of last night, all of today to rest. He'll come in tonight around about 7:30.
a bit of light prep and he'll be ready to go.
Well, you can watch the action live here from 10 p.m. on Sporty Stuff TV and, of course, our very own MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, where you can also see that stunning performance from Cam Crabtree that kicked off the day, 115.62 average. It was the best debut display we've ever seen, but in the end, that was the only game that he won, and it was Robert Thornton who topped the table at the end of the first day's play.
The MODUS Super Series, brought to you in association with Bet365, Betfair, Betfred, Coral, Ladbrokes, Paddy Power, Unibet and William Hill.